Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the Jamaica Emergency Medicine Association Annual Conference, the JEMA Conference 2022. Thank you so much for joining us today. The Jamaica Emergency Medicine Association, we exist to support quality emergency medical care and to promote the interest of emergency physicians. And it is our goal with our annual conference to not only promote public education and engage the public around emergent conditions, but also to explore and emphasize all the facets of emergency medicine and to be a resource of information about this specialty. We also aim to establish standards of emergency medicine and aid in the development of protocols that will sustain these standards. This year's conference, we sought to explore the full gamut of emergency medicine. We wanted to start from the iN'S, that is the first contact that persons in Jamaica should have with emergency medicine systems. And then we wanted to move on to explore some management protocols that would ensure a safe exit of the patient from our systems. And then we go on to explore the future of emergency medicine in this new post-COVID world. I hope that you will glean a better understanding of emergency medical systems and will leave the conference better equipped to engage with emergency medicine on every level. It is our usual custom to start our conference with a word of prayer. So I'm going to ask Dr. Forbes, one of our executive members, to pray for us as we start our conference proceedings.
All right, good morning, everyone. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. We just want to worship you and adore you for yet another day. Thank you for another year which we can hold a JEMA conference. Thank you for everyone that got up this early in the morning to participate in our conference, to participate in the ins and outs of emergency medicine. I pray you will open our minds and the topics will be enlightening to each participant. I pray that we will have fun in these few hours, and these hours will be filled with knowledge and understanding. I pray against any technical disturbances and that this conference will proceed smoothly. Thank you for your blessings. In your son's name I pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Forbes. Yes, we're praying against all technical difficulties. All right, we do acknowledge that several people were having difficulties paying for their CMEs. As a result, if when you registered, you had indicated that you needed CMEs, we are extending the deadline for payment up until the 30th of March. You would have been emailed updated payment options. We did include a PayPal link as well. So let us know in the chat if you're having any difficulties with the updated payment information. So you should have received updated payment information as well as a PayPal link. Because of that, we have extended the deadline to March 30. This morning's session will be moderated by Dr. James William Johnson, one of the founders of the Jamaica Emergency Medicine Association, and she continues to be one of emergency medicine's greatest advocates. So I will turn the proceedings now over to Dr. Williams Johnson, who will moderate this morning's session.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Hilton, our able JEMA president. It is indeed a privilege for me and with much joy that I moderate this session. We are all indeed very happy that JEMA continues to flourish, and we're so happy to see all the enthusiasm and the support for all the members who are here. As the association began in 1998, it augurs well for our continuity and sustainability. So you're going to have a very informative and enjoyable session this morning, I'm sure. And our speakers, there are 5 of them, including Dr. Don Milady, our guest speaker from Canada, but I'll tell you more about him later on. So just to introduce the first speaker to you, she is Dr. Cardell Espinosa Campbell. Dr. Espinosa Campbell is one of the graduates of the DM Emergency Medicine program, having graduated from Emergency Medicine, the DM program in 2009 here at Mona. She also holds a degree in biomedical sciences from the Kingston upon Thames University in Southwest London. So you may hear a little bit of the English accent when she talks to you. She's also currently pursuing her master's in health administration through the University of Technology here in Jamaica. Dr. Espinosa Campbell currently serves as the acting director of our island's emergency medical services. She's held this post since September 2019 on secondment to the Ministry of Health and Wellness. She has various responsibilities as she directs the operations of the EMS training activities, including her own BLS and ACLS courses. She serves as a pivotal member of the National Emergency Response Committees. She also has portfolio responsibility for the delivery of special medical services to support heads of states, dignitaries, and other government officials. I am sure you would have seen her greeting the Duke and Duchess when they were here last week. It was good to see her in the lineup meeting the dignitaries. I know that is not an easy job, but she does it with such grace. And congratulations on that, Dr. Espinosa. She also supports and conducts research in the area of pre-hospital and in-hospital emergency medicine. And she manages the welfare and development of the EMTs and emergency room physicians through performance appraisals and revisions of their jobs. As you can imagine, we're extremely happy to have her with us this morning. She also enjoys family time and cooking, archiving music, and traveling. I'm sure you'll all agree that Dr. Espinosa is very well qualified to start us off this morning as she speaks to us on pre-hospital emergency management, the Jamaican experience. Over to you, Dr. Espinosa.
Thank you so much, Dr. Williams-Johnson, for that wonderful welcome from the JEMA executive. I would like to request permission to share my screen at this time. But it's really great to be back on the virtual platform with all of my colleagues, my very esteemed colleagues. Dr. Williams-Johnson, of course, would have trained me when I was starting the program in 2004. And for the very first time, let me just acknowledge that my immediate supervisor, Dr. Dawkins Wright, is also an emergency trained physician, as well as our CMO, and of course, Dr. Edward Horton. So for the very first time in Jamaica, we have a good lineup of persons that we are sharing the experience in emergency medicine with. So let me just go on to my slideshow and let me start from the very beginning. It really is a great honor to be able to present this, or share the knowledge rather, in emergency medicine as we move forward and diversify our portfolio. So the key objectives as we start off is to really define what emergency medical services is. I will go through a very brief history of our experience here in Jamaica and look at our role in the Ministry of Health and Wellness as a part of our policy directives. We're going to look also, without embarrassment, of course, to share some of the gaps that we are facing in the service deliveries and some recommendations for moving forward. Trust you can all see my screen. All right, so emergency medical services is really a very intricate system. Each components are very important and they form a very central role as we perform the coordinated response in what is supposed to be a very seamless system of delivery. There are a few components involving all the agencies and organizations, both in the private and public system. We have to recognize that the communication is a very important part of our networking, as well as transportation availability in Jamaica. Our trauma systems, our hospitals, our trauma centers, of course, KPH, Kingston Public Hospital, is the prototype for our country as it serves the English-speaking Caribbean, and a number of specialty care centers, both in the private and public system. The rehabilitation facilities you'll see is a very important part of the post-care recovery response system. And of course, we rely on our colleagues that are highly trained to provide the service, both in emergency medical care, emergency medicine, surgeons, and other stakeholders. We rely also, and we strongly encourage the use of our volunteers. So I mentioned this because in the response for the COVID, we did ask, and we received persons that were willing to volunteer their time and effort in the service. Administrators and government officials are also very important as a part of the external environment, because they also feed and they also give support that we need to advance our emergency medical care system. In the executive arm of the ministry, we ensure that there's adequacy for the emergency medical care, for mass casualty, for transportation, receiving resources that are needed for the critical supplies, and the manpower, of course, for the human resource elements. This is just a diagram to show you how integrated the emergency medical services are. We need public access to our services. We need a very robust communication system, clinical care, human resources, and the list goes on. The pre-hospital care is extremely cost effective, and let me tell you why. The community, in the community, you can see the value, the cost per year gained in terms of the value, but it really costs little money for our emergency care response. And that just really captures the cost attached to not only the community ambulance services, our urban response, the paramedics, but if you look at the chronic communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, you see how much it costs the country per year. And this is from the WHO data. Again, we look at the annual deaths from the WHO Global Health Observatory in 2018, and you can see the cost attached not only to HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria, but the trauma care really represents little money that we use as a part of our overall budget. So if we look at why emergency medical services are important, you can see that when we respond to the emergency medical services, the road injury accounts for 28%, but most of our resources are deployed for our roadway support. And as you realize, in Jamaica, we are advancing the roadways, and we do expect, as a result of that, we will be responding to more road injuries, as you can see. In the past in Jamaica, you would see that efforts were made by the leader, I should say, Professor Archibald MacDonald. He was the one that started the program in 1998, of course, and he would have done a number of research to recognize the role of emergency medical services in Jamaica. And I'm just showing you some research that was also done. Our Dr. Jean Williams-Johnson would have been a part of this research, along with Professor Archibald MacDonald, and the very first persons that would have trained in 1998 would have done a number of papers. So we have documented our history here in Jamaica. And I just wanted to show this slide also to show that even though we have trained over the years, we have not gained much traction at the senior level in the regional health authorities. So as you can see, you have a number of hospitals reflected here, types A, type B, and type C, as well as some specialist hospitals. But if you look at the green bar, we have not been represented at the consultancy level in terms of our leadership in the regional health authorities. So I'm sorry, this slide keeps slipping, but one of the conclusions out of the study, sorry about that. One of the conclusions out of this study is that the public hospitals need to be recognized as a deficit in the lack of leadership provided by our emergency medical services. So where are we now? We do recognize that we are underdeveloped in the public and private sector, and also we are unregulated as the emergency medical services, okay? I say that to say that we need to encourage our colleagues who are training so that they can be deployed for these essential services. If we look at how the USA deployed their emergency medical services, there were no standards in the 70s. And of course, they changed that by creating more visibility by way of the enactment of their various legislation. In 1966, the federal agency, through the National Highway Traffic Safety Council Administration, recognized and legislated for emergency physician to be a very key part of their landscape. And you can see in 1979, they became recognized as a specialty by way of the American Medical Association and various boards of specialties. And I'm just going to scroll through this so you can recognize how important it is to create visibility through the media. And of course, Jim Page was a consultant for a very good program actually called Emergency, and that brought some amount of recognition to emergency medical services. So there's really no reason why we can't reduplicate this very model. So some of the areas for concern are the insufficient coordination between the public and private sectors and also with government. There are disparities in the response times. We are trying to standardize that through a policy directive, which is going to take some time. There are some lack of readiness for disasters, and through emergency medical services desk, we are trying to build out a platform for emergency medical technicians training. We do have some focal points in country to include myself, Dr. Dawkins Wright, the CMO, and also Dr. Rhonda Hudson, one of the first trainees in the program, as a national focal point. So we are trying to build out a system for response, not only in Jamaica, but for the wider Caribbean. And that, again, will take some time. So there are a number of roles and responsibilities: disasters or multiple mass casualty incidences, technical rescue, special services delivery, and of course the hazmat area. In Jamaica, we have collaborated with the Jamaica Fire Brigade, and we have 7 EMS sites in Jamaica. We're trying to build out 2 new platforms for the response across the country. But as today, we have 1 paramedic who's in the public service. We have advanced EMTs. We have 124 basic life support persons. And we have persons who are also trained, but they are reverting to their substantive posts within the Jamaica Fire Brigade. So we do have capacity in country that we need to advance further. One of the key areas that I'm very keen to promote is our research. So in terms of research, we do have current data that was done by Dr. Gillian Bent-Grandison, who is also a graduate of the DM program. She did a study in 2016 that looked at 356 persons presenting to the emergency room, because as we speak, we're still not getting data from our colleagues on the ground to support the advancement of the portfolio. And what she found was the distribution of emergency medical services by way of ambulance. We have 53% in the private sector and 47% in the public sector. And we have captured this data at the national level through the regional health authorities. But this is what we have found so far. In the MOH, we have 161 ambulances, in the private sector, 187, and we do have the capacity to respond by air by way of the Jamaica Defense Force. We have 8 helicopters that are available. So of course, if you have cases that need to be casualty evacuated, we do have that capacity in country. What Dr. Bent-Grandison also found was that the percentage of patients transferred from the different areas were reflected from the hospital, 61%, from the home situation, 20%, from work, school, nursing home, or medical facilities, or from the airport. We did reflect that in her data. If we look at one of the gaps in our information gathering, we saw that in terms of the run sheets that really should accompany our ambulance systems, we were not getting enough data. But you can see from this graph here, we did not collect enough data from our ambulance, and we need to certainly work on this. But this is what Dr. Bent Grandison found from her research at the University Hospital. If we look at the types of complaints that we responded to, you can see adequately here, most of our responses were for persons getting some diagnostics, 25% there, or if they had strokes, 23% of that was reflected, and the list goes on in this graph. If we also looked at the presenting complaints in response to our public versus private response, you can see in the blue, these were the persons that were transported privately and publicly, and in the red, privately, and of course the total numbers were reflected in the green. I'm just going to share with you some data that we have received from the Jamaica Fire Brigade Emergency Medical System services rather, and you can see that 54% of cases were as a result of the medical care that they wanted. 2% were seen for obstetric and gynecological emergencies, and of course motor vehicle accidents reflected 31% of cases that they responded to in 2019. This data was from 2021, and you can see the various months that is on the horizontal line, and the total numbers that we responded to from the Jamaica Fire Brigade. So we are collecting data, but of course we need more data from the regional health authorities. I show this slide to reflect the numbers of cases that we are seeing as a result of motorbike accidents in 2021. And you can see that they are responding to this, these cases. We see more cases coming out of the Western region than we do for the other areas in Jamaica. I also show this slide to show that we are also capturing data for the tourists. You can see the total numbers that we saw in 2020 by way of civilians in Jamaica, and also in the red bar, we see that the tourists were also captured. And I show you this also to show you the number of tourists that we respond to in 2021. Very few, but it's important that the Ministry of Tourism has given us support to the emergency medical sites being set up, and we also reflect their numbers of tourists that are seen. The emergency medical services also sit on a number of boards, to include CARPIN. Dr. Jean Williams Johnson is a pivotal member of that board, but we also sit on the National Road Safety Board as well. In the next decade of action for road safety, we also are cognizant of the data that is submitted, and our input is also needed as we make recommendations for the road safety. You can see here the total numbers that the Jamaica Constabulary Force has seen since the start of this year. We also are mindful of the impact that emergency medicine doctors can input into their recommendations for road safety. And the next decade of action, certainly, we have to get our numbers down. But you can see, starting at the left, the number of collisions and the number of deaths that we see for the various years, 2020 to 2021 and also to 2022. We are getting those data. We see in 2022 for this year, the numbers of collisions for January, the numbers of deaths that we also see, because you may wonder why we are getting so much deaths, but the fact of the matter is we have a number of occupants per vehicle. And so when you have a collision, you may have more occupants that are dying because of the numbers within each vehicle. So you can see for January, February, and now March. March is here. We have a number of collisions in March, and also the number of deaths have been quite high so far. So one of the collaborations that we have with the Road Safety Council are to make some recommendations. One of those recommendations involves the training of motorbikers and the need for them to have helmets. And there are training going on in the Western region with the National Road Safety Council through the Ministry of National Security to impact the reduction in the number of deaths that we are seeing in the Western region. So this is just to confirm that we have a focus and we have an input, very important input with the National Road Safety Council. If we look at our legislation within the English-speaking Caribbean, we still have not advanced the input of the legislation. We have a number of mandates in the World Health Assembly to recognize that we, as emergency physicians, we should be making recommendations for the safety in our country. So what we have seen in the emergency care system framework is that we should be having a advancement by way of the ambulance service in our country. We recognize that we should have a dispatch system that we still have not built out yet, but through the National Emergency Operations Center at the ODPEM, there are making advancement to build out that unit for the dispatching of communications by way of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, Jamaica Fire Brigade, so that when a call is made to the 119 number, it comes into a central unit that can dispatch whether police, fire brigade, or emergency medical services, or all three if necessary. And we dispatch, we send an ambulance, we respond, we take that person to a hospital. And of course, through the triage system that we have implemented, Dr. French was a big part of that emergency triage system in country. We have the ESF5 being used. And so when persons get to the hospital, the triage system works and we deploy our services accordingly. Through the Sustainable Development Goals, we have recognized that our post-crash emergency care response is one of the 5 pillars, is a 5th pillar, as a matter of fact, in terms of our response system. And so we also recognize that we are a part of the emergency medical care that contributes to the other sustainable developmental goals in country. The Emergency Medical Services Bill, I show this to you because this was actually developed in 1999. Dr. Bisesa McKenzie actually revised our scope of practice for the emergency medical care services. But this is a very important part that we need to recognize our bystander, our bystander laws. So we're actually trying to advance the CPR Act in country. And I'm going to leave it there in the interest of time, but just to say that we are going to be working on this for 2022. And this brings us to the end of my presentation. I want to thank you all for your for listening to me as I share this presentation with you. And I will hand over back to you, Dr. Williams-Johnson.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Espinosa Campbell. Excellent presentation. I'm sure there are questions from the audience, but we're going to hold our questions for all the speakers until we come to our question and answer session at the end of this session. Thank you very much. Just to say at this time, before I introduce our next speaker, Dr. Das Gupta, that there was quite a tragedy in the medical community. And interestingly, a motor vehicle accident, Dr. Espinosa Campbell. We lost Dr. Brandon Dixon, who was a graduate of Mona. And I think it happened last week. It was very, very sad. So we would have a moment of silence just and in respect of his passing, please. Okay, thank you very much. Very sad. Young fellow lost his life so tragically. Yes. Okay, so we are doing well with time, but we'll still proceed. Happily, all our presenters for this session are online. So it is certainly a privilege and a pleasure for me to introduce our next speaker. She is Dr. Shubhra Dasgupta. Dr. Dasgupta is a graduate of the University of the West Indies, where she did her MBBS degree. She then went on to do graduate studies, and she has a DM in emergency medicine from UWI as well. And she also has a master's in public health from the Johns Hopkins University. And she has certification in injury control and disaster preparedness. She currently holds a lecturer and consultant post in emergency medicine at the University of the West Indies and the University Hospital of the West Indies, respectively. She was also the recipient of the Young Scientist Award in 2019, given by the World Academy of Science. Well done, Dr. Dasgupta. Also of note, Dr. Espinosa, Dr. Dasgupta is the director of the Pre-Hospital Emergency Medical Services, or FEMS, affectionately called, program at UWI. And she eventually hopes to continue to bring EMS to the forefront of Jamaica's health interventions through continuing research and education. As you can imagine, her primary areas of research interest are injury, emergency medical services, and of course, medical education. Dr. Espinosa is an excellent speaker, and I'm sure you're in for a treat. I mean, Dr. Dasgupta, Dr. Espinosa already shown she's an excellent speaker. Dr. Dasgupta is going to talk to us about the Skeptic's Guide, how not to be fooled when reading the literature. Over to you, Dr. Dasgupta.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Williams-Johnson. Let me share my screen. All right, everybody can see, I hope.
Yes.
All right, I just want to take a minute to thank JEMA for giving me this opportunity to speak to you guys today at our annual JEMA conference in 2022, post-pandemic, as people have been saying. I'm not completely sure about that, but yes, post-pandemic. All right, so I'm going to speak to you today, completely changing lanes, on the Skeptic's Guide, how not to be fooled when reading the literature. So how do you know when a paper is legit? By the time students reach high school, most have learned that they cannot trust everything they read on the internet. Despite this, when these students graduate from college, only a few of them realize that they cannot trust everything that they read in scholarly journals. So in this presentation, I want to discuss a little bit about how we can distinguish between papers that are relatively trustworthy and those that are best approached with grave skepticism. Okay, before we get into the details, let's make one thing perfectly clear. Any scientific paper can be wrong, no matter where it's published, no matter who wrote it, no matter how well supported its arguments are. Any scientific paper can be wrong. Every hypothesis, every set of data, every claim, and every conclusion is subject to re-examination in the light of future evidence. Conceptually, this is the very nature of science. So what qualities make a good research paper? Well, first of all, one, it needs to be generalizable. Generalization involves drawing broad inferences from particular observations. It depends on sample size and response rate. You can usually find what you need in the methodology. This is a good first step in deciding whether or not results for a study are generalizable. The second thing you should ask yourself is it unbiased? When examining research, you want to look at how data are collected to see if it is free from potential influence. You want to review who conducted the research and whether the conclusions are consistent with other data and other research. 3, is this research paper transparent? Good research is transparent about its methods, its data collection, and most importantly, its funding source. The methodology section should always answer who, what, when, where, why, and how. Is the paper as objective as possible? Research should be objective from personal interest or emotional preferences. Yes, it's normal for people to get attached to their own research, but this should not be at the detriment of the sanctity of the paper. Is it ethical? Ethical research practice is vital to producing valid research. All right, so now we know what makes good research quality and what you should look out for when you're reading research. Let's now look at a couple of tips to help you be a better researcher. How not to be fooled when reading the literature. Tip number 1, know the difference between primary and secondary research. Primary research involves the collection of data that does not already exist. It includes fieldwork, surveys, controlled experiments. Secondary research involves summarizing, synthesizing, analyzing, and interpreting all of this existing information. For example, you may be a researcher that takes a data set of an already existing topic. So the topic is there, the data set already exists, and you decide that you will analyze specifically to look at one specific question. This then becomes secondary research. Tip number 2, rely on trustworthy resources. Is it a good sign if a paper is indexed by Google Scholar? Well, nowadays, researchers probably use Google Scholar far more often than commercial databases, such as the Web of Science or Elsevier Scopus to find relevant articles. The positives of this, Google Scholar indexes as a much larger range of papers, including a great deal of unpublished work. They index everything. The negatives of this is that Google Scholar indexes everything. So there is a lack of quality control. You want to check on the legitimacy of a paper. Examine the appropriateness of a paper's claim to its venue. What does this mean? In other words, if your paper is such a big deal, why is it in a low-tier journal? If the claim of the research is high, then it should appear in a high-profile journal. If it doesn't, that might be an indicator that something may not be so right. Tip number 3, seek the peer review seal of approval. So what usually happens is that a researcher will go out, we collect our data. After we collect our data, we analyze and we create a manuscript. We then decide which journal we want to publish in, and we send our manuscripts to these publishers. The editors of these publishers will then forward the submitted manuscripts to at least 2 external referees who have expertise in the topic. These reviewers then suggest whether the manuscript is rejected, published, or it's sent back to the scientists for more experiments. This is the process of peer review. Research published in peer-reviewed journals have undergone rigorous quality control by experts. Each year, about 2,800 peer-reviewed journals publish roughly 1.8 million scientific papers. While you are looking for the peer review articles, you want to also be on the alert for research published in what are called predatory journals. These are journals that don't peer review their manuscripts. They usually charge an author's fee to publish. Papers from any of the thousands of known predatory journals should be treated with strong skepticism. The term predatory journals was coined by a man named Jeffrey Beals. He was a librarian at the University of Colorado. This was maybe in the late 90s, early 2000s. And he started observing and capturing data, which he collected, of all these publishers and journal names of people who would take money from authors to publish their work. And they did it without going through the normal process of peer review or quality check control. This is now called the Beals list of predatory journals and publishers. And you can find that online. Tip number 4, who are the authors? You want to ask yourself, are the authors experts in the specific area treated in the paper? Is this a person who is a candy maker and is talking about growing spinach? Do the authors have a vested interest in the results they're publishing? Is there some kind of financial stake or financial claim? And are the authors established researchers or are they new to the field? Now, this is not to say that graduate students don't have the best ideas about research, but even though it's sad to say, people looking at research will tend to gravitate towards authors who have a lot of research under their belt, as opposed to new people to the field. Tip number 5, look for multiple verifiable resources. Multiple sources give strength to your subject matter and your arguments. You want to be thorough. You want to approach the topic from different angles and pose different questions to yourself when doing your research. This will help you discover different perspectives to validate your own argument. It will point out all the gaps and fallacies that may be present, and it will give you a more rounded and complete view of what you're looking at. Tip number 6, look for your own blind spots. Beware of biases in your own thinking that might predispose you to fall for a particular piece of fake science news. People give their own memories and experience way too much credit, making it hard sometimes to accept new ideas and new theories. This is known as availability bias. You want to also beware of social media and confirmation bias. If people begin with a certain belief, and then they find information that confirms this belief, this intensifies their commitment to that belief, strengthening that bias. Tip number 7, correlation is not causation. Just because you can see a relationship between two things doesn't necessarily mean that one causes the other. For example, even if surveys find that people who live longer drink more red wine, it doesn't mean a daily glass will extend your lifespan. It could just simply mean that red wine drinkers are wealthier and they have better health care. Correlation is not causation. Tip number 8. Who were the study's subjects? If a study used human subjects, check to see whether it's a randomized controlled trial, where participants are randomly chosen to receive whether a treatment or an intervention. The best trials are also double-blinded. To remove any bias or preconceived ideas, neither the researchers nor the volunteers know who's getting the treatment or placebo. The size of the trial is also very important. When more patients are enrolled, researchers can identify the safety issues and the beneficial effects at a much earlier date, and they will be able to pick up differences between the subgroups of people that they have participating. Clinical trials can sometimes have thousands of subjects, but some scientific studies involving people are much smaller. You should read carefully and see if the authors have addressed how they achieved the statistical confidence that they claim to have. Is it statistically significant? Tip number 9. Science doesn't need sides. Although a political debate requires 2 opposing sides, a scientific consensus does not. Climate change does exist. Science is testable and reproducible. And tip number 10. Look out. Clear, honest reporting may not actually have been the goal. Social media influencers, morning shows, and talk shows need something exciting and new to keep up the likes. Accuracy may be less of a priority. Dr. Oz, Dr. Phil, and Dr. Drew should not necessarily be your go-to medical resources. For example, in 2012, Dr. Oz used his show to promote a research paper claiming to demonstrate that green coffee extract had miraculous weight loss properties. This research that could have had an enormous influence on millions of lives never actually appeared in any reputable journals such as JEMA, The Lancet, or the New England Journal of Medicine. It appeared in a little-known journal entitled Diabetes, Metabolic Syndrome, and Obesity, Target and Therapy, from a very marginable scientific publisher called Dove Press. The results were based on a clinical trial with a very small sample size of 16. Too small a sample to justify the strong claims that the paper made. The data could not be validated. It was not reproducible. The study was actually funded by the company who manufactured and sold the green coffee extract. The journal was not listed in the journal citation reports. So eventually a retraction had to be printed. So while retractions are uncommon, it can be a good idea to check before staking too much on the results of a scientific paper. And this can easily be done, especially in our biomedical sciences, just through PubMed. PubMed retraction will look like this, and this is the one that happened for the green coffee extract paper. All right, so in summary, science is not immune to hogwash. There is hogwash in legitimate papers written by good authors and published in top journals. Beware papers that superficially look like real science, but do not represent legitimate work. You'll come across this stuff often through your Google searches. Learn to identify the signs that a paper is not legitimate science. And as you read, be aware of your scholarly surroundings at all times. That's it. Thank you for listening. All right, I'll turn back over.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Gupta. Very useful information. I'm sure we'll have questions. This is something that I found really amazing to see, the amount of journals on it. So thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
So we'll move on to our next speaker, Dr. Jason Rohan Eiffel. I bet you didn't know that was his middle name. Dr. Eiffel is a graduate of the University of the West Indies Mona campus. He completed his MBBS degree in 2010, and then he did the DM in emergency medicine here at Mona, where he completed his DM in 2018, and he has remained with us. He is now our youngest member of the faculty at Mona. He's a consultant in emergency medicine since 2019 and an associate lecturer with the UWI since 2020. Dr. Eiffel has responsibilities for overseeing his shift and the running of the emergency medicine department. He has responsibilities in terms of teaching undergrad and postgraduate students. He is a leader and, as a matter of fact, was a president of our own Jamaica Emergency Medicine Association the years 2018 to 2020. He has a wide range of interests. He plays badminton. He also plays the flutes. I'm sure some of you didn't know that. And he's an excellent photographer. A lot of us are beneficiaries of that skill and that love. So Dr. Eiffel is going to speak to us this morning on the stroke protocol, University Hospital of the West Indies Advanced Stroke Center certification, something that is very important. We are a stroke-prone society. And so, Dr. Eiffel, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams-Johnson. Just confirm that you can see the slideshow, okay?
Yes, it's clear.
Thanks. Good morning, everybody. First of all, thanks to JEMA for allowing me the opportunity to have this talk. I'm glad that we are on time, and I hope to continue that trend. Again, it's an honor to be here, and I know that this talk will benefit many persons, especially medical students, colleagues, etc. online. So without further ado, let's get into it. Today, we're going to speak on, Today, we're going to speak a bit on the stroke protocol as it relates to where I work, University Hospital West Indies. But we're going to sort of paint a background first. Now, if we zoom out globally, the statistics are quite startling. If you look at low and middle income countries, about 70% of strokes actually occur in these territories. And if we look at the stroke related deaths, you see the figures as high as 87%, right? Deaths and disabilities. So this is quite significant. And bear these figures in mind as we go forward. About 84% of all lower to middle income countries stroke victims, they actually demise within a 3-year period. That's quite significant, especially when you compare it to 16% in high income countries, right? And lastly, on average, a patient who does suffer stroke usually happens about 15 years earlier in those people who actually live in the lower middle income countries. And as you can imagine, this is your peak productivity or in your lifespan. And of course, it will deal a crippling blow. So stroke definitely is something that we have to pay attention to, because not only is it going to impact morbidity, the lifespan, morbidity and mortality, but it's also quite expensive to manage. If you look at this chart, it is a little busy, but this basically ranks all the neurological disorders, and it's no surprise that stroke for most territories remains at #1. And this is from a global burden of disease study back in 2016. And if you look at this area here, you can see the Caribbean falls in line. Stroke definitely remains at number one in terms of the disease burden of neurological diseases. And I think this graph is more telling. This is coming out of Lancet Neurology back in 2007. And basically they look at age standardized rates per 100,000 of population, and they're looking at the stroke mortality rates. And if you look for Jamaica, if you can see it right here, right, we actually not doing too well in terms of our stroke mortality rates. So, you know, I on this background is what I want to base this presentation on. I want to say that stroke is definitely something that has a wide and very significant impact on our society, and it's something that we have to recognize and increase and improve how we manage these patients. So let's press on into, and that leads us nicely into the stroke protocol. And to speak about the stroke protocol, I want to give a little background on a new initiative that is being piloted in our country, Jamaica, and specifically at the University Hospital of the West Indies. And it's called Mission Thrombectomy. Pilot study, our pilot program, sorry. And it is the brainchild of the Society of Vascular and Interventional Radiology. Now, a little bit about this is that it was interesting to find out, myself sitting on one of the committees, is that the only certified stroke center in the Caribbean as it stands today, March 2022, is actually, and that's quite startling. So this pilot program seeks to standardize how we manage stroke in the Caribbean and seeks to bring this first world care to our territories, specifically improving the access to mechanical thrombectomy in the Caribbean. If you didn't know, hopefully by the end of this presentation you will, that mechanical thrombectomy is actually one of the cornerstones of stroke management in 2022. And this is very exciting stuff. And for us in the Caribbean, we may not be exposed as well as we should be exposed to this technology. So this is definitely exciting stuff. And we need to be a part of this move. Now, achieving certification basically means that we have all the critical elements in place to improve the outcomes for our stroke patients, right? Is a standardization process internationally, and us forming a part of that means that we have to sort of organize our teams across the complete gamut of continuum of care, from the time they experience the symptoms, from the time they receive the therapy, and even after the therapy. As I said, we're developing a framework, and that's the vision, to develop this framework to standardize the care processes as it relates to stroke patients. So at the end of the day, we're looking to be an advanced thrombectomy. What means or translates into is that we can provide endovascular procedures as well as post-procedural care for the patients who receive this. So the overall vision of Mission Thrombectomy is that at the end of it, 9 stroke centers will be certified or accredited in the Caribbean territory, in addition to Bermuda. And it should be something that will be renewable on a yearly basis. And here's the best part, and everybody should cheer, is that this is actually free and is being offered free. And this is amazing because, and I put a reference there for Bermuda, this whole program actually costs $2 million to kick off. So this comes at zero expense to Jamaica, to the University Hospital and other Caribbean territories. So it's something that definitely you should pay attention to, and we definitely need to pay keen interest to and be a part of. The major challenges are barriers to actually implementing this mechanical thrombectomy program or pilot program in the region. Is that training and resources are necessary, and for us, we understand our resources are quite slim sometimes, especially in our territory. So we need to improve where that is concerned. Training is important. We'll be learning new ways, new techniques, and in fact, Just this year, there was a thrombectomy workshop held at the University Hospital, where the leaders in the pilot program actually came down and taught our specialists how to do the procedure. So this was a very good start to our program. We want to, it involves stroke awareness in the general population, and this is a major challenge because even though stroke is such a common thing, not many people actually know how to respond to a stroke patient in the general public. So we need to increase awareness on what is actually possible for these patients. We need to implement guidelines, improve infrastructure, as well as fund the overall procedure. So it's on that background, therefore, that I will transition nicely into the stroke protocol. And this, as you would expect, forms a very crucial role or crucial part of the overall certification process. You can't be certified as a stroke center unless you have a very robust stroke protocol. So because this is a JEMA conference, I'm going to tailor my presentation to the emergency department, evaluation and management of these stroke patients. Just a quick list of some of these we'll talk about briefly. First, start off with some general principles, looking at pre-hospital care, which we spoke about earlier as well in the conference. We're going to talk about the ED assessment. We're going to speak about the stroke scale, who gets TPA and who does not get TPA, as well as, of course, endovascular therapy. Now, in terms of the successful treatment of a stroke, it's a good way to remember it is to know the stroke chain of survival. And a good way of remembering it is called the 8 Ds. The 8 Ds of the stroke chain of survival. And this is a general principle, and it's built on the foundation that time equals brain. Time equals brain. In other words, we need to respond not just appropriately, but we need to respond rapidly and quickly. We need a very fast recognition of stroke and a fast treatment of stroke. So they both work hand in hand. And that would offer these patients not just some morbidity benefit, but also mortality benefit, right? So based on this, the American Heart Association developed what we know as the stroke chain of survival. It starts with detection, dispatch of emergency medical services, delivery of that patient to a qualified center or appropriate center, and the door, data, and decision sections form a part of what we will be focusing on in this presentation, as well as who gets the drug or device meaning thrombectomy, and then overall at the end, what is the overall disposition for these patients. So as any chain, any weakness in any of these links simply weakens the entire process, right? So in order to make this more robust, more substantial, every single D is important, right? As you see here. Just to emphasize this whole concept of time equals brain, this image is so telling. If you look at these arrows, as time progresses on, you can see that the area of infarct represented by this darker area on the diagram is actually expanding, right? So what that translates into is that more brain cells are dying. Practically speaking, what that translates into is that your patient, male or female, that could have walked, gotten out of bed, walked to the kitchen, make their own breakfast, just in a few minutes, that patient's life has been altered dramatically to the point that they're now bedridden, and everything they do, they have to be assisted. So, it has a significant, when it translates over to the impact on these patients' practical lifestyles, then this is something that we need to improve upon, because seconds matter, minutes matter when it comes to stroke, right? So just to summarize, the area of burdens or widens or expands, as you see here, but the area around it, which you know as the ischemic penumbra, this is the potentially salvageable brain tissue. And that is the area that we are concerned about, right? That is the area that can potentially be saved, right? And the more time ticks by, then the less opportunity we have to preserve that area, right? So just to emphasize that, that time equals brain. So where do we start? Let's start at the pre-hospital position or setting. Those tasks are areas that are in this area referred to as a pre-hospital segment. We want to be able to support the patient's airway, breathing, and circulation, of course, right? We don't know in what state we will encounter these patients, and the EMTs, emergency medical services they need to be trained and capable of managing these patients appropriately. And in emergency medicine, of course, everything is airway, breathing, and circulation. Not everything, but of course, that's where we focus and start. These patients would need oxygen as necessary. Right, so many of them may have some level of airway obstruction, may need some simple airway maneuvers, simple ventilation assistance, applying oxygen as necessary. Now, for those patients who are having a stroke, the persons who respond in the pre-hospital phase, they need to be able to accurately identify, is this patient actually having a stroke, right? So there are ways and means that we can do that. And one is the Cincinnati pre-hospital stroke scale. And good thing to remember is FAST, face, droop, arm, increases, slurred speech, right? And T stands for time, which means that it's time to get that person to advanced care. And another aspect of time is that it's good to identify when did these symptoms actually start. For those responding in the pre-hospital phase, we need to assess if this patient has a mimic of a stroke. One of the more common mimics we encounter is hypoglycemia. So we need to at least do a JEMA on these patients, in addition to the other vital signs, of course. Assess their orientation, establish what is time zero. What is time zero? What is the last known well time of the patient? And one of the best things that you can do at this stage is to inform the receiving hospital. This is important because once you inform the receiving hospital, then they are able to mobilize their resources. And that's just not physical resources, but human resources. We're talking about nurses, physicians, pharmacy, radiology staff, etc. So just that message or that call activates that system, and it starts the ball moving for these patients, so that when they actually do arrive, things are already in progress. We want to stress time. Time is important. When it comes to stroke, you can't talk about stroke management unless you have an element of time involved. And there are certain critical time goals instituted by the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke, or NINS for short. They actually recommend these stroke evaluation benchmarks, the first of which is door to doctor. That simply means that within 10 minutes, there needs to be an immediate general assessment by a member of the stroke team. Immediate, right? And this could be, of course, an emergency physician or some other expert. And it should take no more than 10 minutes. And within that 10 minutes, and we're going to break it down in the next slide, I believe, in that 10-minute period, we're going to also order our non-contrast CT scan, right? So in that 10-minute period, we have a lot of stuff to do. That's the door to doctor time. The door to CT completion time now, as it suggests, means that within 25 minutes from arriving at your facility, the patient must have or perform the CT scan, right? And the door to interpretation simply means this CT scan has to be read within 45 minutes of arrival. Door to decision or treatment, and this is an important one, for giving that patient TPA, which is the clot busting drug, as you know, we have a 60-minute window in which to give it, which is ideal, and the goal or the target, right? So from the time they arrive, within 60 minutes, we want to have initiated fibrinolytic therapy, right? If appropriate, because not everybody with a stroke, and we'll talk about that, receives TPA. And lastly, door to admission, simply in 3 hours time, these patients need to be admitted to the CCU. All right, so let's talk about that first 10 minutes, right? The door to doctor time. The door to doctor time is very short, but look how much things are encompassed in this short time period, right? One, again, we have to assess and manage any potential airway, breathing, and circulation issues. We want to triage these patients to the high acuity area. So these patients would definitely be in your ESI 2 level, our main emergency area. We want to evaluate all the vital signs. If a GMR hasn't been done, we need to do it now. Give them oxygen as needed, and as needed simply means that their saturation on room air is less than 94%, right? We want to institute an IV access, take off our lab investigations, and I have some listed here. And you may be doing some, but maybe not all. Cardiac troponin is one that not many persons do for a stroke patient, but this can be very useful, as we'll talk about shortly. Mention the GMR if it hasn't been done, treat hypoglycemia if it is necessary. You want to do a focused physical. Focus, keyword. You only have 10 minutes, and this is just a part of the 10-minute process. You need to evaluate these patients clinically by doing a focused history and physical. And part of doing the history is, of course, at time zero. If it hasn't yet been established, we need to know when did the symptoms start, or when was that person last known to be well. All right, we need to know certain risk factors, circumstances surrounding the event, etc. And we need, as well as drug history, or is important as well. We want to perform the NIHSS, that stands for National Institutes of Health Stroke Scale. And this is basically, we'll talk about this, a brief neurological screening assessment. Very quick. If you have MD-Calc on your devices, it's very easy to pull it up and you tick the boxes, and essentially you can assess these patients or screen these patients for the severity of their stroke, right? It's a stroke severity screening system. We want to activate the stroke team if they haven't been activated by now. And that one in bold is quite important. We need to get them a non-contrast head CT. So that's why I started with the pre-hospital. If the radiology staff were already aware, they've been expecting this patient. So we want to be seeing this whole protocol as a continuum of services. Everybody is working together towards one end. We want to order that scan, and if time allows, we need to do an ECG. There are certain things you can't see on the ECG that are significant in stroke. For example, atrial fibrillation, as we know, is one of the risk factors for stroke and stroke. But also, people with stroke can also have life-threatening arrhythmias. They can have T-wave inversions, QT prolongations, ST segment changes, etc. But if it will delay that patient from getting their scan, please don't waste time doing the ECG. But if you have time and you're very efficient and can get that ECG, it can give you a lot of information as well. We mentioned the NIHSS scoring system. In summary, I won't go through everything, but it's a risk assessment. It tells you the severity of the stroke. It goes from 0 to 42, and the lesser the number, the milder the stroke. So a score of 0 means there's no stroke at all. 0 to 4, there's a 4 means that the patient is having a minor stroke. 5 to 15 moderate, 16 to 20 moderate to severe. And when you get all the way up to 21 to 40, so we're looking at someone with very severe stroke. All right. And as I said, this is quite accessible. You can either print it out or have it on your device. Very easy to go through. Right. So it looks at it looks at 11 areas of neurological assessment. As I mentioned, is meant to be done within the first 10 minutes of that patient arriving at the facility. All right. So we look at level of consciousness. We look at the patient's visual abilities, motor strength in both upper and lower limbs, speech and language, and sensory as well. So it encompasses a wide variety of neurological symptoms. And essentially, at the end of this process, we can grade our patients in terms of how severe is the stroke, because that has bearing on how we will treat these patients, as we'll come to this, Charlie. Now, within 25 minutes, we mentioned that this is a very important time interval as well. We want to be able to, we have more time now, so we're going to review the patient's history as well as the patient's past medical history, right? We're going to perform a physical exam, establish the last known well time, and perform the NIH stroke scale. Within this 25-minute period, the non-contrast CT scan should have been done, right? Patient should have been done in radiology and should have received their scan by now. At 45 minutes, the scan must be interpreted by a specialist and decision made. All right. So the scan could either show one of two things. One, hemorrhage is there or hemorrhage is not there. If the patient does have a bleed on the non-contrast CT, then of course that patient is not a candidate for TPA, and you want to, at that point, get neurosurgery, neurologist on board and get that patient. But while we focus on the ischemic embolic type stroke, we want to know if that non-contrast CT does not show a hemorrhage, then that patient is potentially a candidate for TPA. So it is a consideration at this point. And what would transition us from consideration to actually giving the drug is if they qualify by our fibrinolytic checklist. So they have to pass another test in order to get this drug, right? When they finish the scan, we're going to repeat the neurological exam again if their deficits are rapidly improving, because if they are, then TPA may not be necessary for this patient. Now, there are many indications, or some indications for TPA, several contraindications, which we classify as absolute or relative. But you have to be more than 18 in order to get TPA, you must have a non-contrast CT that demonstrates no bleed, and you must have a clinical diagnosis of a stroke that is causing some deficit. You have a 4.5-hour window in order to give the drug. And as you see here, under the red row, there are several contraindications. And as you know, TPA, how it works, most of these contraindications have to do with the risk of intracranial bleeding. So it's not, and it actually comes out of the landmark studies that actually indicated the use for TPA, such as the iN'S and the ECAS-3 study. So those patients who are at risk for bleeding, and we have several things that may put them at risk, such as known intracranial neoplasms, aneurysms, etc. These patients definitely will not be able to get the drug. All right. The relative indications we see here, as well as additional warnings for patients. If you go beyond that 3-hour window up into the 4.5 hours, then you want to be aware of these additional warnings. This is not something you should memorize. This is something that you should have printed or on your device. Again, MDCalc is a good resource. You want to take your patient through this entire process. Don't skip anything when it comes to this, because what you may be able to do is actually treat the stroke, but you don't want to increase the patient's risk of intracranial hemorrhage. If the patient is not a candidate for your TPA, in other words, if the patient fails the fibrinolytic checklist, even though they don't have a bleed on the CT brain, but for some reason they're not a candidate for TPA, then we can still help these patients, of course. We want to administer aspirin within 24 to 48 hours, support them, airway, breathing, circulation again, keep checking, monitoring their blood glucose and treat accordingly, and admit these patients to the stroke unit. Also watch complications of stroke. These patients can go hypoxic, they can get increased intracranial pressure, some of them may have seizures, go hypoglycemic, etc. So it's not just to leave them and go to the next patient. Always watch for the complications of stroke, which can actually be very deleterious. If the patient is a candidate for fibrinolytic therapy though, so at 60 minutes, we are going to be giving the drug, right? At 60 minutes, we're going to be treating the patient with a TPA if they have an ischemic stroke, symptoms suggesting, if they have a non-contrast CT that doesn't show bleed, and if they pass our fibrinolytic checklist, have no contraindications. At 60-minute mark, we're going to treat these patients. So we're going to review the risks and benefits, again, the patient and the family, right? So everybody must be informed, everybody must be able to weigh the risk and the benefits. And if it is acceptable, go ahead and give the drug. When you give the drug for 24 hours, the patient should not receive any sort of antiplatelet medication or anticoagulants. You're going to keep monitoring that patient and admit that patient to the stroke unit. All right. How do you give the drug? I won't go through this entire slide, but just to know the dose of the altiplate or TPA is a dose of 0.9 milligrams per kilogram. A 70 kilogram man, that equates to 63 milligrams. How we give the drug is in the first 1 minute, we're going to give at least 10% of that drug. 10%, right? So like a priming dose. The rest you're going to give over the additional 60 minutes. So within an hour, the whole infusion should be complete. And that patient should be monitored intensely. Every 15 minutes, the patient should have a neurological assessment done for the first 2 hours. After that first 2 hour period, you can extend it to 30 minutes, up to 6 hours. And then after that, orally, up to 24 hours. So these patients, when they're getting the drug and even beyond that, they have to be monitored very closely, right? And this includes things like blood pressure monitoring. And if the blood pressure does go out of control, then you have ways and means to monitor and treat that as well. And one of those things, drugs that we can give is labetalol. We can give it at 10 to 20 milligrams. We can actually repeat it, right? Because what we want is the blood pressure to not exceed 185 over 110. If it does, then this patient should not receive TPA. So if it is not responding to our antihypertensive measures, then that patient definitely should not receive. And we have other options listed here as well. Now, as we conclude on endovascular therapy, and this is where essentially the evidence is very robust in 2022. For patients who have large vessel occlusions, so we're talking about the anterior strokes, what happens is that, and I know time is going, so I'm going to be very brief. Up to 16 to 24 hours, patients can be treated. If their stroke is potentially treatable, brain tissue is potentially salvageable. In fact, most institutions are moving towards having non-contrast CT and CT angiogram done as standard of care, and it should be standard of care. since thrombectomy, you see the time window has now significantly expanded up to 24 hours. Patients can receive this potentially, life-saving or and morbidity can be significantly reduced. We want to be able to identify emergent large vessel occlusions, as mentioned in your anterior circulation, internal carotid, and your middle cerebral artery. Aspects is used to help identify patients eligible for the endovascular therapy. All right. So I just want to summarize the evidence quickly. There were 6 actual trials done that showed positive early window results. We listed them here. The ones that I will highlight are MistaClean, Extend, and the Swift Prime. And if you look at the numbers highlighted in red, we're comparing those patients who had a good clinical outcome with endovascular thrombectomy versus those who just had medical therapy. So just those who just received the TPA. And you see in all these studies, we see a significant benefit. 33% compared to 19, 71% compared to 40, 60% compared to 35. All right. So these are very significantly, almost life-changing statistics. In 2018, there are 2 specific trials I want to bring your attention to. That's Dawn and Juice 3, and they showed a clear benefit to not just extend the window, but to extend it up to 16 to 24 hours. And we see the comparison here between those who received that therapy, the thrombectomy, versus those who did not and just received the medical therapy. So this is why stroke management in 2022 has to be, follow the science. If there is a potential benefit for our patients, then we have to be able to access it. And this is, again, the mission of Mission Thrombectomy. And this is the pilot program that is started here at the University Hospital and in Jamaica. And in summary, just to summarize how we actually manage these patients as seen here. So again, thank you for your attention. And, if there are any questions, I will entertain them at the very end. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eiffel. Important, good information. And we will hold questions for you until the end. So at this time, I'd like to introduce our next speaker. He is Dr. Mark Husang, who has been a cardiology consultant at the University Hospital of the West Indies from November 2009. He has a particular expertise in cardiovascular stress testing, and his research involves examination of heart failure and incidence of mortality post-myocardial infarction. Dr. Husang is also a senior lecturer at the University of the West Indies, involved in teaching of both postgraduate and undergraduate students. Apart from training in internal medicine, he also holds a cardiology fellowship in nuclear and echocardiography from the University Health Network of Toronto, Canada. And I'm sure you'll all agree that Dr. Husang is more than qualified to talk to us about risk stratification in the emergency department. Is the chest pain that serious? So over to you, Dr. Husang. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Jean, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me to present today at your annual JEMA conference. I'll start this up now. Okay. So, this is a very common problem that we see in the emergency room, and especially as a part of internal medicine and cardiology, where a number of patients present to the emergency room. So I think with chest pain. So I think that it's very good that we have this little talk, because not only in Jamaica, but in the world, and these numbers are from the US, where there are 7.6 million visits to doctors every year for chest pain, which comes up to an amount of about $5 billion in expenditure as a result of this. Up to 20% of these cases are due to cardiovascular causes, and this can go up to about 50% in your emergency room, depending on your demographics. And about 5% of these patients, however, will require acute treatment. So the vast majority of patients, you don't really need to worry about doing anything right at that point in time. But that 5% is really going to give you a problem, because as you can imagine, if you were to discharge somebody wrongfully who has a myocardial infarction or who is threatening to have a myocardial infarction, they have double the risk of dying. And if your patient dies, then due to an error in judgment, then a lawsuit might follow, and nobody really wants to be involved with that. However, on the other side of that, so there, you also don't want to keep the patient too long in the emergency room, because emergency rooms worldwide are really the front line, and everybody comes into the emergency room with many different types of complaints, and because of that, there's quite a bit of volume and always a risk of overcrowding if you don't pay attention to patient flow. And this is something that comes up over and over again, especially at the University Hospital, where there's always a backup of patients into the emergency room, where they require either admission onto the ward or possibly disposal, being discharged. And once you prolong somebody's admission, it means that it increases the cost of their care. So there's a number of different reasons why you'd want to get rid of them, but at the same time, you don't want to get rid of the wrong people. In other words, the people who would be considered high risk of having of dying suddenly. So there are a number of difficulties in assessing chest pain, and anybody who has worked in the emergency department or on the wards will acknowledge this. Because the severity of the pain doesn't necessarily correlate with severity of disease, because chest pain and pain in general is a very subjective kind of feeling, and you can never really say how much pain someone is feeling, and everybody's interpretation of pain can be very different, and it does not necessarily have to do with the injury sustained. The location of pain may not necessarily correspond with the source, because many of the organs inside the chest actually have the same embryonic origin and will be localized to the same place. Every now and then, when you examine the patient, it can be useful and can help to guide your diagnosis or your differential diagnosis. But in many cases, there really isn't much to find on physical examination. The other thing that may cause some difficulty is that they may have more than one process present. They may have a gastrointestinal problem pre-existing, and then now they're presenting with a cardiovascular problem. So it becomes very difficult sometimes to tease out what exactly is the cause of the pain. And sometimes you may have a patient who presents with more than one type of pain, which can, of course, lead to diagnostic difficulties. And various diseases are in the chest and can affect a variety of organs. So you have many things that can affect your heart, you have many things that can affect your aorta, you have many things that can affect your lungs, and many of these processes can also result in chest pain, leading to more confusion. This picture is really just to show you that there are a number of things in the chest. So, most people say, well, if you're asking a cardiologist to come and talk about chest pain, then chances are he's going to talk about myocardial infarction. Well, yes and no, but I also want to include other things that are here. And I mean, when you have chest pain, it could be anything from your skin all the way back to your spine. And here we have a list, chest wall, your ribs, your lungs, your pleura, the great vessels, the heart, and other nearby structures, as well as your diaphragm, all of which can cause pain. And it's very important to realize that, because sometimes when patients come in, we can really put on blinders and we really focus and think, oh, okay, a myocardial infarction really is the only thing that we have to get out of the way, or is one of the main things that we have to rule out. However, I'd like to ask that we expand our differentials to at least three things. And I like to call these the 3 killer chest pains. Of course, I'll put myocardial infarction on top because I'm clearly biased, but also to include pulmonary embolism and the aortic dissection. Other things that can also kill you include things such as tension pneumothorax, pericardial tamponade, and mediastinitis, which we won't really talk much about, and we'll focus on the top 3. As we teach in medical school, how do we assess the patient? History, examination, ECG, cardiac biomarkers are the main things that we really look at. But at the end of the day, everybody's approach may vary to some degree, and you really have to ask yourself what is acceptable risk, because you have to accept that you're not going to be right 100% of the time, and you're going to keep some people who never really needed to be kept. And you may send home people who you probably shouldn't have sent home. And at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, well, what is an acceptable level of risk? You know, and a lot of that is based on experience. Because what I've found in my personal journey is that as a younger doctor, I would probably tend to admit more people than not because of greater uncertainty. But as time has gone on, I've been able to fine tune a lot of my techniques, and most of my techniques actually come from the history in terms of asking the right questions and being able to get answers from the patient when they were initially quite nebulous. So what are the points on history? And I'm sure all of you guys know these things, and it's nothing new. But just to emphasize again that really history is where you're going to get the most of your information and help you to differentiate whether a patient can go home or not. And that's really the question at the end of the day, even more so than the diagnosis. Is this patient safe to go home? Things like the onset of pain, you know, was this sudden onset pain? Was this gradual? I mean, a pain that's been gradually coming on over the past month is clearly going to be approached differently for someone who presents with chest pain that began 2 hours ago and is currently ongoing. Things like triggers are very important. You know, what caused it? You know, did they have chest pain after having a very spicy meal? Did they have chest pain after exertion? Did they fall down, you know, and hit their chest on a rock and then began having chest pain? I think, well, the last case would be very clear as to what the cause would be. Or were they just sitting at home, you know, shortly after getting out of bed and then began having severe chest pain? I mean, those type of things are going to be approached differently. Looking at relieving or exacerbating factors is very important. Is there a relationship to breathing? Is there a relationship to movement? Is there no relationship to anything at all? Does it get worse with movement? Is it worse in any particular type of position? You know, did they drink tea and did it get better? Did they have, you know, a spray of nitroglycerin that they got from their neighbor that they used to help them to relieve their symptoms? And at that point, you know, we have to be very careful as well, because sure, you would think, okay, well, nitroglycerin relieved the pain, but so it must be due to angina. And this is not always so. And we have to be very careful about going down that rabbit hole and putting ourselves in that box, because it has been shown that it's not necessarily a very reliable indicator of myocardial ischemia / angina. And it can, and we do know that it does relieve other forms of chest pain, for example, esophageal spasm, because it relaxes smooth muscle and it can relieve that pain in people who might have acid reflux and esophageal spasm. The quality of the pain, I find this to be very useful sometimes. And it's important to understand that many times the pain is not actually pain. And patients may come in with different descriptions. And many people who present to the emergency room with myocardial ischemia or infarction, they actually describe it as more of a pressure or a discomfort or a tightening or squeezing as opposed to actual pain. And when you say, and when you're taking the history and you accidentally say, oh, when did this pain start? They say, no, doc, you know, it's not pain, it's a pressure. And they're very specific about it to differentiate those two. So to remember that it doesn't necessarily have to be pain. You know, and many of the different diseases that occur in the heart, they tend to have very, very classical quality of pain. For example, sticking chest pain that's worse on respiration or inspiration is also referred to as pleurisy, and that usually implies a pulmonary cause of pain. For example, you can get it from pneumonias, but you can also get it from pulmonary embolism can also be a cause. Okay, from once you have irritation of that pleura, whether it be from infarction or infection, then you can get that type of pain. And of course, aortic dissection classically being a tearing type of chest pain. Usually it starts in the back, tends to be quite severe and radiating to the front. So even then, you know, it's not necessarily chest pain, but more back pain in those cases, but in the thoracic area. And as I mentioned, radiation with aortic dissection, also we think about radiation with myocardial ischemia, where classically you would hear a description of radiation to the shoulder, maybe left, maybe right, and down into the arm. But sometimes it may also go in atypical cases, and I use atypical in quotation marks because it's actually more common than we would like to think, in terms of radiating to the back, up into the neck, and sometimes into the jaw. And realizing that there are some patients who will present more with atypical symptoms. Females, women tend to have more atypical symptoms, elderly, and also patients who are diabetic also tend to have atypical symptoms and presentations. The site, did it start in the back? Was it more retrosternal? Is there a very particular pinpoint, a very pinpoint sticking type of pain, worse on movement? You think musculoskeletal? And also the timing, how long has this been going on? Is it intermittent? Is it constant? All these things are very important to elucidate from the history. And it's important to be familiar with all the other differentials as well and what their classical histories will be. Also important in the history because oftentimes patients who present have presented before. So they may have had prior investigation. They may have seen a cardiologist or a pulmonologist or vascular surgeon or whatever in the past. And they've had some testing done. So it's important to ask about previous diagnostic tests. In the cardiac world, we talk about stress testing. We also talk about CT coronary angiogram, CTCA, as well as the standard coronary angiography, which is clearly the gold standard for diagnosis of coronary artery disease. So if they've had one of these, then it's very clear because, if you have somebody who has had chest pain in the past and they have had a coronary angiogram which shows multivessel disease, and who is currently awaiting surgery, it definitely would skew your thinking that this would be most likely myocardial ischemia versus anything else, as opposed to someone who has had a previous normal coronary angiogram last year and who comes back with the same chest pain. You would want to consider alternative diagnoses. Other things to note are the comorbidities. So the usual things, the usual coronary traditional risk factors, your hypertension, diabetes, hyperlipidemia, family history, etc., which even though you have risk factors doesn't necessarily mean that the reason that you're having chest pain is due to myocardial infarction. But other comorbidities that you need to think about include things like connective tissue disorders, a bicuspid aortic valve, for patients who are at higher risk of having an aortic dissection, but also malignancies, which can give you a procoagulant state, putting you more at risk of DVT, pulmonary embolism, and also surrounding recent events. Did they have trauma? Have they been immobilized? Have they had major surgery, for example, pelvic or orthopedic surgery, which are going to put them at risk of having pulmonary embolism because of how it affects the virtual strad, that being stasis. There are a few cautions, and we spoke about them before. We spoke about relief with nitroglycerin, and we also spoke about atypical presentations in the elderly, the diabetic patient, and women. Physical examination, I had alluded to this earlier. It's usually unhelpful, but there are some very important things that you have to look out for when examining the patient. And it's very important to practice active observation versus passive observation, where you actually go seeking a particular finding, whether from your history or your examination, because it makes it less likely to be missed. Aortic dissection, usually because of how it tears the aorta, it can tear into the aortic valve annulus, resulting in aortic regurgitation and the features of that, which most of you should be familiar with. Also importantly is a pulse deficit between the two arms of 20 millimeters of mercury would be considered significant. And of course, they can be in shock because of blood loss. They can have tamponade if it tears into the pericardial space. And they may also have neurological deficits if it tears up into one of the carotid arteries, thus occluding the flow to the brain. So, this patient probably would not be a candidate for TPA because it's due to tearing of the vessel as opposed to the usual thromboembolic type of phenomenon that we would address in our stroke protocol. So if you have somebody who presents with a myocardial infarction and actually a stroke, one of the things that you would think about is the aortic dissection, because it tears off one of the coronaries and also tears off into the carotid. So anybody who presents at the same time with those, and I've seen one of those in my time, and it's usually the right coronary artery that's more prone to be torn out at the origin, you have to think about the aortic dissection. So you can actually get two things. Remember I said you can get two organs being involved. So you can get the myocardial infarction and you can get an aortic dissection and a stroke all wrapped up in one tidy little bundle. Pulmonary embolism, features of DVT, so lower limb swelling, tenderness, warmth in the leg. You can also get focal wheezing because of occlusion in that area, and right heart failure, which would be significantly more than left heart failure with pulmonary embolism because of how it occludes the right ventricular outflow and causes right heart failure by that mechanism. And of course, with acute coronary syndromes or myocardial infarction, because of mechanical failure, they can get heart failure and all the classical features of that. But they may also have a new systolic murmur, and this can be because of papillary rupture or because of rupture across the interventricular septum causing a VSD, which would be considered a cardiovascular surgical emergency. The ECG is important. Any patient who presents to the emergency room should have an ECG within 10 minutes of presentation. For acute coronary syndromes, the things that we look out for would be ST segment elevation or ST segment depression if it's angina, unstable angina, or a non-STEMI, and also a new left bundle branch block. With the ST elevation, it's important to know that this is usually in an arterial territory or some kind of vascular territory. For example, our anterior wall is supplied by the left anterior descending, our lateral wall usually by the circumflex, and our inferior wall usually by the right coronary artery. And it's usually the ST segment elevations are in those relevant territories. If you have generalized ST segment elevation, then you might be thinking of an alternative diagnosis like pericarditis, where the actual morphology of the ST segment elevation becomes more relevant. On the right, you can see anterolateral ST elevation myocardial infarction. If you look carefully, you'll see that almost from V1 all the way up to V6, you'll see very classical tombstone-shaped ST elevation and actual Q waves in the leads V1 to V4, very classical. With left bundle branch block, sometimes you're not sure if it's new or not. So sometimes you have to err on the side of caution. And there are features in a patient with left bundle that would make you think that it's more myocardial infarction than, an acute myocardial infarction versus an old left bundle. And as a general rule of thumb, and what I try to follow is that if you have a myocardial infarction that's causing you to have a left bundle branch block, those patients are usually very sick because it involves quite a bit of territory, usually in the LAD distribution for it to be infarcted to give you a left bundle branch block. So those patients who present with a left bundle due to a myocardial infarction, they look like they're at death's door as a general rule. Of course, there are no hard and fast rules in this business, but usually when I see somebody with a left bundle and they're sitting down chilling, it's probably not new, probably not. Of course, don't quote me on that. With pulmonary embolism, the classical features would be a sinus tachycardia. We look for the S1 Q3 pattern, Q3 T3 pattern. So that's a S wave in lead 1. If you look on the ECG to your right at the bottom, you'll see a very deep S wave in lead 1. And then when you look in lead 3, you will notice that there is a Q wave as well as T wave inversion. And that's one of the more classical features of pulmonary embolism. However, sinus tachycardia is what you're going to see in the vast majority of patients with PE. You may also get a right bundle branch pattern, which is also seen here, and a right ventricular strain pattern, which is SC segment depression in your leads V1 to V3, and also in your inferior leads, with lead 3 being usually affected the most because that is the most rightward lead in the limb leads. And this is usually due to ischemia once that ventricle is being under strain. Also, atrial tachyarrhythmias, you can get atrial fibrillation as well as atrial flutter as a result of a large pulmonary embolus. Aortic dissection, it can be normal, or you can have SC elevation, as I'd mentioned before. And pericarditis, usually a very diffuse concave upward SC segment type of elevation. It can be low voltage, and you can have electrical alternance, which is what is shown on the left side, where you see varying amplitude of the QRS complexes. Other investigations you might want to consider is your D-dimer. D-dimer is very good for its negative predictive value. So if you really think that somebody may have a pulmonary embolism, a D-dimer is not the test of choice. Really, a D-dimer is somebody who you think probably has a low risk of having PE. You want to do the test, have it come back negative, and be able to send them home. Bedside ultrasound is also very useful, where it doubles. You can look for things such as wall motion abnormalities. You can look for pericardial effusions. You can also look at the aortic roots to check for dissection. And you can look at the right side of the heart, looking for RV dysfunction, evidence of pulmonary hypertension as well. And in very rare cases, you might even see a thrombus in transit, which is quite uncommon, but has been documented. In some places, you can do a CT, triple rule-out scan, where they can look for pulmonary emboli, they can look for aortic dissection at the time. So you can, and also for LV dysfunction, or looking at the coroners, like CT coronary angiogram as a part of that. However, this does carry an increased dose of radiation, so you have to be very careful. And we can also use nuclear imaging for patients who are having acute chest pain to do what's called a chest pain study, which I won't get into too much, but these are the other investigations. Troponin clearly is something that we should consider in all patients who present with chest pain. It's important to understand how the rise and fall of troponin to be able to detect where they are and put it in context of the onset of their chest pain. You may also want to look for alternative reasons for raised troponin, and the list is there. I won't go into it in the interest of time. And having said all of that, many of the things that I've learned over the years with experience and going through the pains of making mistakes, which is why, standardized scores or validated scores can be very useful. One score that can be used is the EDAX, the Emergency Department Detection of Chest Pain score, and it involves looking at the age, gender, if they're known to have coronary disease based on their symptoms. And you can see that there. You get negative points if it's related to respiration and if it's reproduced on palpation, because it suggests an alternative diagnosis. And low risk score is considered less than 16. It has negative predictive value of 100%, but it also has to be taken into account with the ECG to ensure that there are no dynamic ECG changes and that your troponins are negative at both time 0 and 2 hours after that. There are other scores that you can use clearly, which are also validated, and which one you choose is dependent on you. And usually if you have a smartphone, you don't need to keep all these things in memory, but you open up your MD Calc and you input the data right there. I'm just going to run through this very quickly. I'm almost out of time, if not out of time. But just to tell about a patient, a 60-year-old guy, sickle cell disease, hypertension. He presented to the emergency room with a sudden onset chest pain with radiation to the shoulder and associated diaphoresis for 30 minutes, which he noted was partially relieved by Panadol. And he had a recurrence of the pain twice on the day of presentation. He said that it had happened before and he was told that it was angina. So, of course, the patient is already telling you what he thinks is the diagnosis, which you have to be very careful of, and how patients interpret what they were told by prior doctors. These were the examination findings. He wasn't in shock. He didn't have any features of heart failure. He did have some tenderness on the left side of his chest wall. However, his troponins were negative ×2. He was labeled as unstable angina and admitted for a coronary angiogram and had an echocardiogram as well. So when you calculate his EDAX score, if we discard his history of an acute coronary syndrome, because he did say that he had angina, the score was 16, which is considered not low risk, because remember 16 is our cutoff. And if we did consider the history of prior ACS, then the score is still 16, And the reason for that is because when we put in the score for prior history of coronary disease, that doesn't apply once your patient is about 50 years of age, which I actually only learned just yesterday when I punched in his numbers. And so this gentleman, funnily enough, just to let you know the end of the story, I actually only came across him when I was doing his echocardiogram, and while doing it and pressing the probe on his chest, he had significant amount of tenderness on the left side of his chest. And when I asked him, he said, yes, this was the pain that brought him into the hospital, and he's had previous pain like this before. And also that he has noted that when he moves his left arm, which is the arm that he said it radiated to, it hurts him worse. He eventually went on to have a coronary angiogram, which was normal. So in summary, a careful history, I can't emphasize enough how important a careful history and examination are. You have to be careful with patients at high risk of coronary disease, because once they're established as being high risk, you should think 2 and maybe 3 times before sending them home. And to note that there can be confounders like postprandial pain, because that may also be ischemic in origin. And if it's atypical, to consider that it may be typical of something else. So don't get yourself in a box where you think that, oh, this has to be a myocardial infarction, I'm going to prove it no matter what. And at the end of the day, it's determined by acceptable risk, and that's based on the physician's personal comfort. And examination can be of limited utility, but there are important points that you should actively seek when examining these patients. And every patient will need an ECG and a troponin, plus or minus a CT or a bedside ultrasound, depending on your facilities. And that's the end of my talk. So I am concluding right here. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hussain. That's of useful information, and we'll hold questions until the end. So at this time, I'd like to introduce our guest speaker for this session. He is Dr. Don Mulady. He's a staff emergency physician, and he has particular interest in the excellent care of older people. He leads the geriatric emergency medicine program in the emergency department at the Mount Sinai Hospital in Toronto, Canada. He's a graduate of Western University, and he has certificates of added competence in both emergency medicine and care of the elderly. Don is also an associate professor of emergency medicine at the University of Toronto and the director of a fellowship in geriatric emergency medicine based at the Schwartz Reisman Emergency Medicine Institute in Toronto. Of interest, he's a core founding member of the Geri ED Collaborative, and he sits on the board of a geriatric ED accreditation program of the American College of Emergency Physicians. He's a founding chair of the Geriatric Emergency Medicine Committee at the Canadian Emergency Physicians Association and the chair of the Clinical Practice Committee at the International Federation of Emergency Medicine. Don has a wealth of experience and expertise in the arena of geriatric emergency medicine and is more than amply qualified to speak to us today. I would also like to add that he has been an external examiner in our own diploma in emergency medicine postgraduate program. And so it is really a delight to have him with us. So over to you, Don, and thank you so much for being here with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. I'm just going to share my screen. Jean, can you tell me if you can hear me and see me well?
Yes, to both questions, yes.
Good. What you neglected to mention is that one of my greatest accomplishments is that I think of myself as a friend of yours, Dr. Williams-Johnson, and so I'm delighted to be here in your company. Thanks for arranging this invitation. It's really good of the Jamaican American Emergency Medicine Association to invite me. I'm delighted to be here. I like to take every opportunity I can to talk about older people and to spread the word. So thank you very much. I certainly wish I could be there with you live. If you could see the view out my window, which I'm looking at, it snowed all night long last night, even though it is the last week of March, and there's a fairly thick coating of snow on all the dead looking trees. So I'm sure you all have much better views than I do. And sadly, I have to report that I have never been to Jamaica, but so I do need to say I'm at something of a disadvantage in talking to you. I don't want to be the foreigner who doesn't know anything about your context. So for that reason, I've kind of kept my comments fairly general today, because on the hypothesis that older people in emergency departments almost everywhere in the world are roughly the same, and having some general pearls will allow you to change your practice from what is undoubtedly already quite good practice to great. I have no conflicts of interest to report, although at the end I will be signaling something that could count as a slight conflict of interest. My goal is to introduce you to an approach that you can use with an older person in any situation, particularly in the emergency department, but if you have other areas of practice there too. And just something that allows you, we typically have, we emergency physicians have an approach to everything, an approach to chest pain, as we just heard, to headache, to extremity pain. We often don't really have an approach to care of the older person, and I hope that I can suggest one that might work for you. I want to talk about the kind of geriatric giants in the emergency department, and suggest a few strategies that you might be able to adopt on your next shift. I'd like to start with a case, Mr. Vecchio, which is the Italian word for old person, who I assume could be living in Kingston, Jamaica, or anywhere else on your island. He lives with an older man, lives with his older wife. He uses a cane. He fell when getting out of the shower this morning, or at least that's what his wife says. He says his main problem is left knee pain. He takes quite a number of medications, all the things that are appropriate for an older person with the usual afflictions of older age. The x-ray, after your history and physical, you do an x-ray. The x-ray shows a fracture of his patella. It's longitudinal, not transverse, so it's not going to need x-ray. It's not going to need surgery. So you decide to put him in a knee extensor splint and say goodbye. You've dealt with his acute problem. And you say, oh, great, I've done a good job. He's ready to go. Big question mark at the end of that sentence. Is he really ready to go? Have you really kind of covered off all of the issues that are important there? So just let's assume that in fact you have got all of the medical stuff right, that like you didn't miss a diagnosis. This is not one of those trick presentations where there's some hidden, very serious, dangerous diagnosis going on. But let's just assume that you've got it all right. He didn't bleed into his brain. He's not septic. He didn't have an acute, atypical acute coronary syndrome. This really is the whole story. So I'd like to give you some other things that you could be thinking so that on your next shift, when you come in, your colleague doesn't greet you with, remember that old guy with the knee pain? Yeah, well, he's back. So that's the sentence that nobody wants to hear at the beginning of their shift. So I'm going to walk through what, this is the 5 M's. This is a model that is widely used. It's not just some trivial little thing. I'll note on the left of your screen there that it actually is reshaping the health systems of the United States and Canada, who are many of which are adopting this age-friendly health systems approach, which is all structured around the 5 M's and making sure that at every stage of your health system, from pre-hospital care, as you started with, through acute care, stroke and coronary care, to rehabilitation or community practice, that our systems are all age-friendly and take into consideration all of the 5 M's. And this is also sometimes called the geriatric high five, because we can use the fingers of your hand to work through it. The first one is thinking about issues relating to mind, or sometimes called mentation. So in the emergency department, that really boils down to acute brain failure and chronic brain failure. And I use those two terms because they're very familiar to acute care physicians. We all know what acute kidney failure is, acute heart failure is, and how it's different from the chronic version of those diseases. Really, acute brain failure is delirium, which is a core emergency medicine skill set. It's an entity that we need to have particular skill at. So the four key components of delirium, which I think every emergency physician should be able to rhyme off, are that it needs to be acute and fluctuating, that it needs to be marked by inattention, that is the inability to focus attention or follow a train of thought. And then it's either marked by disorganized thinking or an altered level of consciousness. You don't need to have both of those. Typically, emergency physicians associate delirium with agitation. And excuse me, an essential thing that we need to keep in mind all the time is that 70% of delirium or confusion in older people is not agitated. It's actually hypoactive delirium, marked by sedation, withdrawal, slowness, psychomotor retardation. Every time you encounter an older person in the emergency department, especially the ones that are not agitated, it's important for you to just check off a little mental box in your mind. Have I thought about whether this person could have delirium and what could be the cause for it? Excuse me, I'm just going to try and clear this frog. I hope you didn't hear too much of my singing. The other important issue with all older people, of course, is thinking about chronic brain failure, which is mostly dementia. And I guess you might not even think, well, why am I talking about dementia with regard to Mr. Vecchio? He seemed fine. A lot of times our thinking about he seems fine is really not adequate. And we need to factor in the fact that 25% of all people over the age of 80 do have some form of dementia. So not only could Mr. Vecchio have dementia, but Mrs. Vecchio could have it as well, which really puts your whole history taking into a great deal of doubt. How do you know if you're actually getting the real story from either one of them? So having a strategy for identifying delirium and keeping dementia always in your mind when you're looking at older people is essential. The next of the 5 M's are issues relating to mobility and function. Function is the most basic activity of a living organism. That's why we're put together, is so that we can function. And so therefore, it can be a really helpful part of your history and physical is if you can ask questions around changes in function and mobility. And if you can build into your history and physical assessments of function and mobility. Ways that you can do this is with a walk test. I always tell my trainees, of whom we have a lot, including trainees in geriatric emergency medicine, the most helpful 3 minutes you can do in your physical exam with an older person is just get them to stand up, walk, turn around, and sit back down, and then measure a set of vital signs. But this is your physical exam. This is not something that you can confer to somebody else. you will learn more from doing that bit of physical exam, stand, walk, turn, sit, and measure vital signs. You'll learn more from that than anything else in a person over the age of 75. And I'm thinking of the previous presenters in both in cardiac disease, respiratory disease, and neurological disease. Really, the neuro exam and the cardiac exam are so insensitive in older people who all have so many changes and variability and difficulty following the details of a neuro exam. Whereas you can observe cerebellar function, motor strength, reflexes, also the higher functions like executive function and memory merely from a walk test. The other thing around function is you should be checking about activities of daily living, not only to assess the problem that Mr. Vecchio is presenting with, his fall, but also in terms of disposition planning, which is a core component of emergency medicine. And it's helpful to have, to remember what the activities of daily living are. I don't know if you have a mnemonic for that. One simple one is it's the things that you do usually in the first 15 minutes of your day. So you need to be able to transfer out of bed. You don't need to be able to walk, but you need to be able to transfer. You need to toilet, which most of us do within the first 15 minutes of getting up. We have a pee. You need to be able to bathe, which many of us do, wash our face and brush our teeth. You need to be able to get dressed. Then you need to go downstairs or into the kitchen and feed yourself. And finally, you need to stay continent during all that time. So when people talk about the activities of daily living, those are they: transfer, toilet, bathe, dress, feeding, continence. A simple question you can ask, the most complicated of them all is bathing for all kinds of reasons: executive function, balance, strength, flexibility. So a simple question around activities of daily living is, are you able to take a bath or a shower on your own? If the answer to that question is yes, almost certainly the person's ADLs are intact. The third digit of the geriatric high five is issues around medication. I think it's essential to most older people take more than one medication. Many older people take more than 5. You can often learn almost everything you need to know about that person's medical conditions and their stability or instability by a good, solid look at the medication, at what the person is actually taking. And I put it that way because I'm often struck by how casual we are in gathering a medication record from the patient. We often just kind of ask them to list a few of the things that they're taking, or we hear about the little blue pill, or we rely on a list that the wife fishes out of her pocket. But that's really not sufficient. And what I recommend is a brown bag biopsy to really take get a detailed history and look at what the person is actually taking. The medications that are on the list do not give you any information about what the person is taking or how they're taking it. And I think the experienced physician gets very good at looking at a medication list to look for fall-ogenic medications. So if we scrolled back to Mr. Vecchio's medication list, you would see that he's on about 4 different things which can lead to falls, particularly things that are that if taken improperly or inaccurately or too much of or too little of are very likely to cause falls. Similarly, how much of the medication list is deliriogenic? And I'm thinking of particularly things that might seem not likely to cause confusion, except even something like the metoprolol that he's on. If he took too much of it, or if somehow it ran out and the medication that he'd been on, the beta blocker that he'd been on for a long time, ran out, that could in itself cause him to be confused. So issues around changes and compliance are also essential with regard to medication. And then, also asking about non-pharmacological medications, including substances, and things that they're taking from their naturopath or their first cousin who told them that they had a wonder drug. This is where it really starts getting fun with old people. I think most emergency physicians like their problems quite simple. They like one patient with one problem that they can actually intervene on promptly and make a difference with. Unfortunately, older people don't satisfy that criteria. Older people are intrinsically complex. They have multiple medical problems. They have multiple medications, but also their whole social context and psychological context need to be taken into consideration if you're going to do a successful job of evaluating them in the emergency department, and if you are going to succeed in developing a safe and durable discharge plan. So Dr. Ifel, I think, mentioned that emergency medicine is all about the ABCs. So this is really emergency medicine beyond the ABCs, where you have to balance a lot of different considerations. It's the intersection between physiological function, cognitive ability, and their social support system. And a term that people use for that these days is frailty, which if you're not familiar with this resource, the Clinical Frailty Scale, I think it's something that you might want to become a bit more familiar with. This is not, although it was developed in Canada at Dalhousie University by a colleague of mine, Ken Rockwood, about 20 years ago. It really is becoming an important part of emergency medicine systems around the world. For example, the National Health Service in the UK, for every person coming to an emergency department in the United Kingdom, they have their clinical frailty score identified at triage. And why is that? Well, it's because where one lies on a clinical frailty scale from very fit, number 1, to very frail, 8, or terminally ill, that really determines so many of the things that we subsequently do in the emergency department. And it really shapes the whole trajectory of care and what is possible for interventions. So thinking back to the earlier talk on stroke, a person with a clinical frailty scale of 7 with an acute stroke may very well not be able to tolerate any of the interventions that Dr. Ifel was proposing. Whereas a 95-year-old person with a clinical frailty scale of 1, that is very fit, and many 95-year-olds are very fit. They're robust, active, energetic, and motivated. They do exercise regularly. They don't run marathons, but they do exercise. And even many 95-year-olds with a big MI would be able to tolerate an intervention and a few days in the intensive care unit. So thinking about the clinical frailty scale, this is something you can download, and I'll just show you from where. It's available at that website, or you could clearly just do a Google search, clinical frailty scale, and download the information on it. There's a whole little educational resource available also that allows you to implement it more accurately, and those are some of the top tips that I'm showing you right there. As my time comes to an end, I want to get to the thumb of the high five, when the thumb is the most important. And this is what matters most to the patient. And I think we need to include a kind of a direct question, or at least a consideration of what is important to the older person. They may not be looking for a diagnosis. They may not be looking for a treatment. They may just be wanting to know what can be done to get them back home again. So whereas we tend to focus on what's important to us, diagnosis and treatment plans, we really need to include the older person in what is important to them. We need to move beyond just the purely medical, finding out that Mr. Vecchio has a patellar fracture. That makes me feel good, and I have an easy treatment plan for that. But is it actually going to help him and his wife at home, particularly if they both have dementia, their home isn't set up safely, they don't have any other caregivers, and the reason that he had the fall is because his medication list is in a mess. So this is well beyond the ABCs, but it is thinking about what matters most to Mr. Vecchio and his family and caregivers. This is where I do have to express a conflict of interest. Some of you, if you're interested in implementing some changes in your emergency department that would allow you to provide more appropriate care for older people, might be interested in paying the $29 to buy my newly published book. In fact, it only is released next week on April 7th. It's a very practical guide. I don't want you to think that this is some kind of scholarly tome. It really just gives you the basics about simple things that changes you can make in your practice and in any emergency department, whether high resource or low resource, simple things that will make a difference in how you manage your patients. And I also want to draw your attention to this completely free and open access resource, which is another product of our emergency department at Mount Sinai. It's an open access, free, but accredited educational website specifically aimed at emergency physicians. It deals with those 6 topics that you see on the screen. And each of the modules takes about 30 to 45 minutes. They're fun to do. They're highly interactive. They're simulation-based, so they present you with real cases and go through the key things that an emergency physician needs to know about the medical issues in an older person in an emergency department. That's me with a friend of mine in our emergency department. As we wrap up, I just want you to be able to take home. These are good teaching to take back to your next shift. These are good teaching topics. If you've got a learner with you and are reviewing a case, for example, or you're talking to one of your colleagues about a handover, or you're talking to one of your nurse colleagues, when you're thinking about an older person, try to keep those things, the 5 M's in mind. Mind, mobility, medications, complexity, and what matters most. 2 valuable questions that you can ask on your next shift when you're seeing a patient, an older patient who's complex, and you're trying to figure out what it is that the main problem is. Those are 2 good questions. What has changed? So if you ask that to the patient or to family or caregivers, you'll probably get more information than you thought you would. And finally, adding something around a consideration of fitness and frailty will allow you to make valuable decisions, particularly about treatment interventions and disposition planning. Some things you can take forward then are adding a walk test to your assessment of older patients. The components of delirium, what you need to do to assess delirium, remembering that delirium is most frequently hypoactive. It is not an agitated delirium in older patients. Do a brown bag biopsy on every patient, and I call it that because I don't know what they use in Jamaica, but our patients all come in with a brown bag full of medications. And most importantly, use your frailty scale to establish a baseline. Those are my references, which will be available to you. Those are my contact information, and that's me in our emergency department. That's all I've got to say. Thank you very much for having me. I'm happy to stick around for the question and answer period, and I'll stop my share here. back to you, Dr. Williams-Johnson.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Malady. All very useful information, which I'm sure we will find applicable in our various emergency departments. Thank you very much. Sorry you can't be in Jamaica, but
Very
I think
sad.
you were in Trinidad, so
Yeah,
not the same, but you know. Thank you very much.
not as good.
No, definitely not. So thank you very much. So at this time, we'll invite questions to our panelists. We don't have a lot of time for the question and answer session, but certainly we can allow 2 or so questions. If there are any questions in the chat, or if anybody would like to ask something, they can always open the mic. Dr. Hilton?
Yes, good day, good day. There was one question for Dr. Eiffel when someone had asked, do you have any data to show outcome of stroke patients seen at the University Hospital of the West Indies prior to the UHWI certification? And he had provided a link within the chat with that information.
Okay.
So there is a link within the chat. There was also a question regarding the sites that Dr. Malady had highlighted in his presentation about those short courses, and we're asking if he could provide that information in the chat as well.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
About your last slide had some resources that they're asking you to reshare.
I'll do that promptly.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
There was also another question regarding the availability of the recording. What will happen after the conference has ended, it will be replayed on YouTube later on this afternoon, but it will not be sent out to the participants, no.
Okay, great. But it will be on YouTube going forward. So
Right, it will be replayed.
There. Yes.
There was a question to Dr. Malady as well, that what is the role of rehab therapists in the emergency department?
Thanks for that question. That's kind of part of this. So the messages of how to create a geriatric emergency department are that it's about the 3 Ps: people, processes, and place. So the people really are adding some additional assessment resources to your team in the emergency department. I know this is not within the scope of many smaller sites, but if you're wanting to improve geriatric care, we have, and many places do have, a geriatric nurse specialist within the emergency department who supports the non-medical components of the assessment. So we also have available, not in our emergency department, we have a physiotherapist and an occupational therapist who are available to do assessments. So for the case that I presented there, Mr. Vecchio, with the fall, which may not be his first fall, and now a new injury that's going to impair mobility, if you could get access to a physical therapy assessment in the emergency department, if only to show him how to use a cane safely and teach his wife how to put on the splint appropriately, but also to give them some pointers about how they could set up their home better, that's a huge addition to the care of older people in emergency departments. So at our site, we don't have a physio or an occupational therapist in our department, but we do have a process for getting them down to do a quick assessment in the emergency department for the appropriate patients. So as you're thinking about making changes in your local emergency department, adding some additional professional roles is certainly a valuable thing to do.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Anything else? Dr. Hilton, not seeing anything.
There were no other questions.
So,
Just,
okay.
no.
All right. So thank you very much. Thanks to all our panelists. And I think we had quite an informative and educational morning. I think we should be happy for that. Dr. Hilton, I'll hand over back to you so that you can take us give us the plans for the session to come later. And thank you also very much, Dr. Espinosa, Dr. Dasgupta, Dr. Eiffel, Dr. Hosang, and Dr. Milady for being our guest speaker. It was really good this morning. Thank you all very much. So over back to you, Doctor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Williams-Johnson. Let me echo the thanks to all our presenters for this morning's session. It was truly informative in both the chats on YouTube and on the webinar. A lot of appreciation is being expressed at the quality of the presentations and the information presented. At this time, we will take a 1 hour, well, let's call it 50-minute break. We will resume our second session at 12 p.m. Precisely. We were asking everybody, you can choose to stay online or you can log off and log back on with the same link. We will be here. So we're asking everybody, a small break for us, and then we will resume at 12 p.m. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Dr. King.
Good afternoon. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Sarah, you're unmuted.
I'm not muted now.
Not you, Dr. Hilton. I don't know if she's trying to speak. Sarah?
Dr. King, good day. You had a question?
Yes, I just want to make sure my presentation was showing okay and that you could hear me. Yeah, okay. Sorry. So I'm good.
Welcome to the world of iN'S, and we are happy to join hands with you to serve the humanity across the globe through innovative healthcare brands. In just 16 years, iN'S has grown from 1 to therapy areas. Today, iN'S has spread its wings globally and is now present in 30 countries with 150 professionals spread across geographies like Asia, Southeast Asia, Africa, Europe, Caribbean, and South America. Excellence is not an act, but a habit at iN'S. Our world-class products, affordable pricing, excellent supply chain, strong field force, and good business practices have accredited iN'S with many excellence awards like Federation of Indian Export Organizations Export Excellence Award, Farm Excel Award, Brand of the Year Award in Ghana, and State Bank of India Financial Discipline Award. What's more, now iN'S brings you a 5-minute miracle. In today's fast and modern lifestyle, the incidence of heartburn due to acid reflux and GERD is alarming due to stress and busy schedules, overeating, eating irregularly or too quickly, eating just before bedtime, fatty, spicy, and fried junk foods, caffeinated drinks, carbonated soft drinks, acidic juices, and alcohol, and smoking. As published in many international journals, hyperacidity, acid reflux, and GERD lead to heartburn. In hyperacidity, the excess acid from the stomach can move upward into the esophagus, known as acid reflux, as the lower esophageal sphincter, which joins the esophagus and stomach, becomes weak. Since the esophagus is not well protected like the stomach, the acid can irritate the lining and cause inflammation in the esophagus. This causes painful symptoms that can last for a few minutes to hours and can occur more frequently within a week. This chronic form of acid reflux is known as GERD, that is, gastroesophageal reflux disease. The major symptoms of heartburn due to acid reflux and GERD are a burning feeling in the chest, epigastric pain, a bitter or sour taste in the mouth, nausea after eating, regurgitation, frequent burping, flatulence and gas, stomach discomfort, difficulty in swallowing, sore throat and dry cough. The question now is, do regular antacids help? In hyperacidity and GERD, regular antacids can only neutralize the acids, leaving acid reflux unattended. To treat hyperacidity, acid reflux and GERD, iN'S Life Sciences comes with a unique third-generation antacid named NewGel, which controls acidity, prevents reflux. NewGel offers balanced combination of alginic acid, magnesium hydroxide, dried aluminum hydroxide, magnesium trisilicate, and dimethicone. When a person takes NewGel, the raft-forming alginate physically blocks reflux through a unique mechanism. When alginic acid comes in contact with the gastric acid, the raft-forming alginate, which includes natural algae, begins to form a light but strong foam barrier known as raft. This raft floats on top of the stomach contents and prevents acid from moving upward to the esophagus. The alginate raft formula, containing balanced antacid components, offers a speedy onset of action in less than 5 minutes and provides rapid relief from acid reflux with effective neutralization of stomach acid. NewGel has long-lasting effects up to 4 hours, since the raft can be retained in the stomach for several hours. Dimethicone in NewGel is an anti-foaming agent. It reduces the surface tension of gas bubbles, causing them to combine into larger bubbles in the stomach, which can then be passed more easily by means of belching. Dimethicone thus relieves flatulence. NuGel is recommended in hyperacidity, GERD, gastroesophageal reflux disease, gastritis, flatulence, and as an adjuvant to NSAIDs. NuGel is available as NuGel 200 ml suspension and NuGel tablets with delicious mint flavor. NuGel is safe in pregnancy. NuGel is sugar-free, hence safe for diabetics. For patients with symptomatic pain due to gastric and duodenal ulcer, Indus also presents NuGel O, the alginate raft-forming antacid with mucosal anesthetic agent oxytocin. Oxytocin is a potent, safe, local anesthetic agent that provides prolonged anesthesia of mucous membranes, thereby offering prompt and prolonged relief of pain. NuGel O is available in 200 ml suspension with mint flavor. NuGel and NuGel O. Raft formation reduces intensity and frequency of reflux attacks. Works in less than 5 minutes. Offers long-lasting effect up to 4 hours. Sugar-free, hence safe for diabetics. Delicious mint flavor improves patient compliance. We thank the entire medical fraternity for supporting Indus in our journey towards better healthcare.
Good day all. Thank you so much for rejoining us. Welcome back to the Jamaica Emergency Medicine Association Conference 2022, where we are talking about the ins and outs of emergency medicine, where we explore how the first instance or the first contact of patients to the emergency medicine systems. We have explored some of the rules and some of the protocols that we use to ensure a safe exit of some of our patients in some conditions. And now we're moving on to explore some other parts of emergency medicine. We're going to start out with some other presentations showing us how other protocols, and we're going to explore other pitfalls and look to the future. For this afternoon session, Dr. Rhonda Hudson, an emergency medicine physician at the University Hospital of the West Indies, is our moderator for this evening. She is an emergency medicine physician, as I said, and she's also one of the champions of emergency medicine. So I'm turning over the segment to Dr. Hudson.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Champion Hudson. I've never been introduced that way, but welcome back again to JEMA's conference, and we are delighted to have you back in this afternoon session. And it promises to be as exciting and informative as this morning. And I hope that some of you who are present this morning can remember the 5 M's when it comes to dealing with the elderly. It is my pleasure to introduce to you at this time, Dr. Williams. I see your hand up. Is there a problem? Just checking. Okay, all right. So it is my pleasure to introduce you this afternoon, Dr. Eric Williams. And Dr. Eric Williams is a graduate of the DM Emergency Medicine program at Mona. He was one of the pioneer graduates of this program. And we in academia know him, apart from lots of things, for Eric's Pearls. And Dr. Williams has over 70 publications of various types, to include a book chapter, which he co-authored with Dr. Williams Johnson. And, you know, we're not going to get into the long drawn out thing. One of the things I wanted you to know about Dr. Williams, if you don't already know, he's a proud racehorse owner. And under his guidance and tutelage, several of us certainly for me, was the first time that I had done a racehorse event at Caymanas Park. So without further ado, I'm going to ask Dr. Williams to begin your presentation. Chest trauma, do I really need to go in? Welcome, Dr. Williams.
Yeah, coming up here. Thank you, Dr. Hudson, and sorry about that hiccup. It's as if I came out of the box very slowly. It's a resource terminology. Thanks, Dr. Hudson, for introducing me, and thanks also to the conference organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak on chest trauma. The question is, when do we go in? There are no conflicts of interest and I have nothing to declare. So first up, what is chest trauma? Well, the thorax is located between the neck superiorly and the diaphragm inferiorly, and therefore any form of physical injury in this zone is regarded as chest trauma. This accounts for about 25% of all trauma deaths, and in some series as high as 30%, which is quite significant for one part of the body. Patients who present with moderate to severe chest trauma usually have disruption of the respiratory system as well as hemorrhage, and therefore patients who present with hypoxia and shock on a background of chest trauma is a very deadly presentation. These patients are managed using the ATLS guidelines, which we'll discuss a lot about in this presentation, making note of the changes in the 10th edition. So the ATLS guidelines speak to a primary survey where life-threatening injuries are identified, assessed, and managed, paying attention to your ABC, as well as a secondary survey where potentially life-threatening injuries are sought and managed in the same manner. So for this talk, some of the life-threatening injuries that we may encounter in the primary survey are all of these presentations, making note of the notorious tension pneumothorax. With regards to potentially life-threatening injuries, these are some of those that we need to pay keen attention to. Now, chest trauma can be classified by virtue of its mechanism. It can be blunt or penetrating. Blunt trauma are usually more common and more challenging because simple, there's no hole to follow as it is in penetrating injuries. So when do we get in? The first point I would like to make is that preparation in the emergency room is key shot. We don't know what kind of chest trauma we'll be facing, and most of the adjuncts that we will be using are shown on this slide. As you can see, a large bore branula with a 20 ml syringe and a stopcock is basically what we need for a pericardiocentesis. Needle thoracostomy for a tension pneumothorax, chest tube drainage for a tension pneumothorax after needle thoracostomy, as well as draining blood from the thorax. And the very, very serious decision of doing a EDT, emergency department thoracotomy. So these tools are the tools we'll need to go in the chest. But I'd like to emphasize that going in the chest has changed significantly over the last decade in A&E because we now have point of care ultrasound to guide us, to make us make the diagnosis quicker and safer. And here we have a resident getting ready to do an ultrasound. Note also on the right side, there's a portable device as well. And this can become quite handy, no pun intended. I'd like to draw your attention now to a case report that was managed in the A&E with the combination of paying attention to the ATLS guidelines and utilizing point of care ultrasound. So this case is a young man who presented with a single stab wound to the chest around the xiphoid region and came into the A&E. When he came in, he was quite diaphoretic and quite combative and exhibit a tachycardia as well as possible signs of early shock. Further examination of this patient revealed signs that were, almost making the diagnosis of a cardiac tamponade. And, at that time, we had the ultrasound and we decided to take a scout of the chest. Here is a view, a parasternal long view axis of the chest showing free fluid and echoic accumulation in the pericardial space. And if you look closely, you will notice that the right ventricle is collapsed. And this is not uncommon in tamponades, as the right side of the heart is usually relatively low pressured, in particular, the left atrium. So we did a pericardiocentesis. On the second attempt, 20 mils of blood was removed. Patient was resuscitated and the diagnosis was more clear-cut. Patient was taken to the operating theater where a single laceration of the right ventricle was repaired and the diaphragm was normal, meaning that there was no associated abdominal injury. So the key shots in this point, young patient, no comorbidities, and he presented in the classical golden hour, single injury. But more importantly, the role and training of sonography coupled with the ATLS guidelines. And this patient presented quite early, and that also helped a great deal. Now, moving from the still image that I showed earlier, I would like you now to take a view of a subxiphoid ultrasound clip of a cardiac tamponade showing collection of fluid and echoic fluid in the pericardial sac, and that is quite helpful. I would like now to turn my attention to a pneumothorax, because this also is a time when we really need to go in. Now, with trauma, there are three major types of pneumothoraces. A simple pneumothorax may not be that significant in terms of patient worsening because the other lung usually compensate quite well. So if you look on this side, you have the visceral pleura adherent to the lung surface, and the parietal pleura adherent to the thoracic wall makes up the space that is called the pleural cavity. The pleural cavity is usually held at negative pressure. And a negative pressure means it's a sucking, pulling pressure, and this keeps the lungs from collapsing. But when we have a pneumothorax, that negative pressure is now converted to a positive pressure, and this is what will cause a pushing force on the lungs. And this is an X-ray of a pneumothorax. What you are really seeing here is the line here is really the visceral pleura. The parietal pleura is stuck onto the thoracic wall. And how do we go in? Well, we use tubes. The one on the left are the rubber tubes, great for Bunsen burners, but not so great for chest tubes, as they're very flexible and soft and often lead to complication that sometimes may have to need a thoracotomy to retrieve lost portions. The one on the right are the one that we're presently using, and they are better equipped material. The chest tubes are connected to our underwater seal drainage. And note, I want to emphasize that the 2 centimeter achievement of the tip of the tube going in the water level will create a good hydrostatic pressure to retrieve the fluid, the air from the tension or pneumothorax rather. Why do we do a chest x-ray after we get it? Many reasons. But I put this x-ray to show that one of the complications that you can get from a chest tube is kinking. And that means that the tube is not working. So we want to get in the right way and verify it. Now, I'd like again to draw your attention the role of point of care ultrasound, this time demonstrating the EFAS. As you can see, this is a normal EFAS, so the pleural line keeps moving back and forth with the commutative tails coming off. So the lungs is up, no pneumothorax. And if you are not certain, then the M mode will give you a more objective evidence where you see the seashore sign, time to go to the beach, COVID is going down, no pneumothorax. The next clip will show how the EFAS is utilized to demonstrate the pleural lines where there's no pleural sliding. Well, not coming up. Okay, so here we see no movements, no back and forth movements of the pleural line. And on the left side, the M mode, barcode. Barcode means time to pay. No sad moment because something bad is happening, a pneumothorax. And looking at it in a clearer view on the M mode, there is sky, ocean, and beach. So this is where we want to be and know if there's a barcode, then the lung is down. Another injury that we may have to get in is a sucking chest wound. And oftentimes, these wounds are large enough to be greater than 2/3 the diameter of the trachea, and air will preferentially enters the wound rather than the airway because air entrance will take the path of least resistance, and this can be quite bad for the patient. This photograph is showing material that is taped on 3 sides to prevent air from going in and allow air from going out. And tension pneumothorax, quite a notorious injury. This diagram is showing the development of a tension pneumothorax from a traumatic injury. And as you can see, the pleural cavity, as it gets bigger and bigger, look below, the IVC is kinked in a similar way that as your hose, your garden hose is kinked. And this will decrease venous return and decrease cardiac output. You would need to go in. The new guidelines, however, have provided evidence that unlike this photograph shown in the 2nd intercostal space, we have now moved on to the 5th space because of several research done on postmortem, research done on image, and observational studies. So we are to take note that in an adult patient, the 5th space in the mid-axillary line, that is how we're going to go in. And speaking of point of care ultrasound, when we have a massive hemothorax, we often can detect it by observing on the EFAS that blood, as you can see right here, is above the diaphragm. Some blood is also there in the lung and can detect a hemothorax quite accurately. Again, use of point of care ultrasound. A massive hemothorax, ABC 1, 2, 3 rule. This is one way to remember that these are the patients that we need to refer to cardiothoracic, and they may need surgery. Very uncommon, very dramatic, very spectacular. Chest impaled injuries. We do see a few of this. This is time you don't go in, or if you go in the operating theater. Resuscitation with tetanus, toxoid, antibiotics, and imagery is important if the patient is stable, including angiography. Now, I'd like to touch on a very sensitive issue that we are sometimes faced with in the A&E emergency department. Thoracotomy, very controversial and, not supported very much with evidence base. And as you know, randomized controlled trials are limited due to the ethical issues. So in situations that you may need it, these are some of the conditions I've bulleted there. And there are a lot of studies done with different results. And this will, of course, depend on your emergency medical services and the other confounding variables surrounding any patient coming to the A&E. These procedures are usually done by surgical residents in our A&E. And some years ago, a group of doctors decided to examine our profile on EDT in Jamaica. So we set out to assess the outcomes of this procedure at the university hospital retrospectively. Over an 11-year period, the records of 13 patients were gathered with the patient demographics outlined in the last bullet there. And on presentation, signs of life were identified according to the American College of Surgeons, which research was adhering to. And the data was sorted out into two groups, as it was a case control study. The outcome was two cases that were created in that patients who pronounced dead shortly after arrival was classified as the early mortality group, and those who survived were classified as early survivors. And the independent variables we'll take a look at that, but these are the two categories. And these are the patients, 13 patients that came in the A&E, and we can take a closer look. But the independent variables that impact on the outcome, we discovered that there were some bad features in selection of patients, that these patients in red actually worsen the outcome. So where do we go from here? Getting in, one of the first ways we can try to get in the right way is to talk about injury prevention. And injury prevention comes along with training, not only in ATLS, but as well in ultrasound. And here we have Dr. Simone French, who has been a significant impact over the years as she taught all of us about sonography, and now it is incorporated in the DM exams. Kudos to Simone. The ATLS was started some years ago, and we have extended it to the medical students. And this was the first group that exported the ATLS from Trinidad to Jamaica. Professor McDonald's name must be mentioned. And there has been a significant development. We have now had 454 doctors in training just before COVID. And there has been research to sensitize doctors about the impact of ATLS in trauma care. And this was disseminated to encourage more doctors. Skill station in the ATLS, has a few slides to show some of the stations. And the present ATLS group is shown here. And also, just want to mention in the training, in our trauma workshops, there have been training with mannequins as we try to simulate real life. And this is a video showing pericardiocentesis connected to a stopcock, further connected to a 60. For guidance, an alligator clip connected to B1 can be used. The landmark is designed for targeting. The operator should go 1 to 2 centimeters inferior to this landmark, 1 to 2 centimeters to the left, pointing the needle towards the left shoulder. Note that some hairs in the syringe to expel any skin plug that may cause an obstruction, the aspiration, and should anticipate. The needle is pointed, as I said earlier, towards the left shoulder. Skin plug is expelled Okay, well, we're using the ultrasound now. So in summary, chest trauma is quite common. We do get patients in extremis. There are times when we really have to go in with a large bore branula, tension pneumothorax, underwater seal with chest tube, pneumothorax and hemothorax, and the fearful emergency department thoracotomy. I would like to thank you for listening to my presentation, and I will be willing to ask any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Williams, for your presentation to kick us off this afternoon. And we will invite questions at the end of our session at this scheduled time. At this time, I would like to introduce to you Dr. Mara Hosang. Dr. Mara Hosang is a UWI graduate who completed her DM in pediatrics in 2010. And on completion of same, she became the senior resident, and subsequently in 2013, she became a consultant pediatrician in the accident and emergency department at Bustamante Hospital for Children, a position she still holds. She completed clinical fellowships at the Hospital for Sick Children in pediatric emergency medicine and pediatric emergency medicine point of care ultrasound through the University of Toronto, Canada in 2015. She loves children and has an interest in accident prevention and resuscitation, and is a certified American Heart Association BLS and pediatric advanced life support instructor, as well as a PAHO WHO mass casualty instructor. Dr. Hosang will present to us on a very topical issue we have in the emergency department. Help, my child has a fever. The assessment of the febrile child in the emergency department. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome Dr. Mara Hosang. I'm sorry, Dr. Hosang, I'm not sure, but I'm not hearing you.
Are you able to hear me now?
Okay, that is better.
Great. All right, so good afternoon all. This afternoon, I just want to look at the assessment of the febrile child in the emergency room. So fever is an abnormal elevation of body temperature that occurs as part of a specific biologic response that is mediated and controlled by the central nervous system. It's a very common presenting complaint for infants and children in the ED. And evidence regarding fever incidence is variable, with country-specific reports from cross-sectional surveys and weekly active case detection, ranging from 2 to 9 febrile episodes per child under the age of 5 per year, with the mean being just under 6 febrile episodes per child per year under the age of 5. The good thing is that most febrile illnesses in children are viral, they're benign, and they're self-limiting. Sometimes fever is the only sign of a significant infection, and especially in our under 3 months. The height of the fever, in most cases, is less important than the other signs of serious illness. And contrary to what many believe, there's no evidence suggesting that fever greater than 40 degrees Celsius is associated with increased risk of adverse outcomes, example, brain damage. So in the emergency room, the management of a toxic or ill-appearing child, though difficult, is pretty straightforward. We know we need to stabilize, investigate them, and start treatment, and they're likely to be admitted for further management. The dilemma comes when we have a well-appearing febrile child or toddler who has a serious bacterial infection, and how do we differentiate that from another well-appearing child who has just a benign viral illness? And studies have shown that in some cases, children who do turn up with bacterial meningitis or bacteremia on presentation were actually not clinically unwell looking. So there are multiple considerations that we need to take when we're assessing a febrile pediatric patient, knowing that sometimes they may be very ill and still have normal temperatures, right? So we must consider in terms of antibiotic use, if any was given within the last 4 hours prior to presentation. So they may come to the department and they're afebrile, but the parents give a history of the child having fever. We want to know how the temperature was measured. Many of our parents don't have, or they don't use their thermometers. So using other ways of deciding if the child had a fever. Commonly I'll ask them, was the child feeling hot, warm, or roasting? So once I tell you roasting, you're more convinced that the child is having a fever. Fever may be due to bacterial or non-bacterial causes, and of course, non-infectious causes. And though most viral infections are self-limiting and benign, there's some, depending on the age group and the immunocompetent state of the patient, might have very devastating consequences. So when we're managing the children, we need to consider their immunization status, their immunocompetence, and also the capacity of the parents or the caregivers to monitor and return if we decide to send them home. So what temperature are we talking about when we say fever? The consensus really is a temperature that is greater than or equal to 38 degrees Celsius, regardless of the source, the method that it was obtained. The gold standard is actually rectal temperature. And most of the studies that have been done looking at serious bacterial infection have used core temperatures obtained by rectal thermometry. But oral and auxiliary methods are preferred because they're more convenient, especially if you have a more cooperative child. It's said that the difference in temperature from the core when you use the oral route is maybe 1 degree Fahrenheit or 0.6 degrees Celsius, but it's not consistent. And there is wide variability, and especially if the children ingest something hot or cold just prior to you checking the temperature, it will skew the results. In terms of infrared, we've used a lot of this during COVID when we went to no touch. Again, the findings are not consistent in terms of correlating with the core temperatures. But overall, once the temperature is greater than 38, we would consider it as fever. If you are close to 38, then it would be interpreted in the clinical context of the patient. So some terms I'll use, fever with source, it means the child has a fever and we've identified a potential source. Fever without source, the child has a temperature of greater than 39 degrees Celsius. This is a child that's previously healthy, and once you've done your history and examination and done some preliminary labs, you're still not sure what's going on. And then there's fever of unknown origin. The definition varies, but for the presentation today, it would be considering children with a temperature greater than 38.3 degrees Celsius who've had fever of at least 8 days. And after initial history and examination and labs, we're still not sure what's going on with them. So we want to treat our kid with fever, but should we? What's the benefit of fever? It tends to retard the growth and reproduction of some of the bacteria, and potential harm is really a very uncomfortable experience for a child who is unwell, many of them, and by extension, their family. It also increases your metabolic rate and demand, and that can put a strain, especially on children who have limited reserves, who may have underlying lung or cardiovascular pathology. But temperature reduction is fine as long as we understand the primary purpose is to decrease the discomfort of the child. Right? The antibiotic agent should not be used with the sole aim to reduce the body temperature. So we've kind of created this fever phobia. You need to get the temperature down as quickly as possible. Antibiotics actually do not prevent febrile convulsions, and there's no evidence showing that reducing the temperatures actually reduces the morbidity and mortality associated with a febrile illness, with, of course, the exception of children who have limited reserves because of underlying medical problems. And And another misnomer is that tepid sponging is not routinely recommended for the treatment of fever. Reason being, yes, it does allow the temperature to go down quickly, but it's usually at great discomfort for the child. So if we opt to do any sponging, it should be with warm or tepid water and not cold water. And if we're offering antipyretics, the options generally are paracetamol and ibuprofen at the appropriate doses. And we also need to advise our parents what the appropriate dose is. Instead of just using a cupful or a TUPS, what is the appropriate dose based on the weight of the child and not necessarily just the age. Antipyretics should really not be used very long because fever that is persisting beyond 4 days really should be investigated. And if they had seen a healthcare provider, then it might need reassessment because there might be an alternate diagnosis or there might be a superimposed bacterial infection. So when a child presents to the emergency department, what do we do? All types of kids come in, some with fever, some without. We have to still remember it's an emergency department, and therefore we need to prioritize children based on the severity of their illnesses. So we need a systematic approach to decide who we see first. And part of it, I like to turn to our PALS algorithm, looking at your initial assessment at the door at your triage desk that helps to determine how urgently we need to see a particular patient. And then we're going to trying there to identify any acute life-threatening events. And the child might be febrile and having increased work of breathing, signs of shock, having decreased levels of consciousness and requires immediate intervention. Of course, we'd proceed accordingly. But in most cases, our children are pretty stable. And what we need to do is a more detailed examination and history. And the aim of this is to determine the source. So going into the history, signs and symptoms. So many times our parents will present and say the child has fever. We need to get some more information about the fever. How long have they been having the fever? How high has the temperature? What's the highest temperature you've received? Have you given any antipyretic measures? When was the last dose? Are there any other symptoms associated with it? Most children have associated respiratory illnesses, and therefore we need to ask if they do not give us that information. If the parent just says fever only, we need to become an investigative reporter and do a detailed review of systems. And then additional history would be allergies and other things that would put the child at increased risk of serious bacterial infection. For example, if they're immunocompromised, a nephrotic patient who is on long-term steroids, or a child who is not immunized. For the younger ones, the antenatal history, labor and delivery, neonatal history is indicated because that's where we'll be able to assess their risk of serious infection. Examination, very important. It needs to be thorough, especially if we don't have a source. If from the history it was suggested, we know where to zone in our examination, but we still need to do a general examination of our patients. But we must not miss the signs of serious bacterial infection. Other things we should not miss, signs of septic shock. Don't miss the subtle signs. Don't wait until the patient crashes. So they look at their cap refill, feel their pulses, even if their blood pressure is normal. We shouldn't be missing meningitis. Kernig's and Brzezinski, we should still do that. Remember our little ones, their anterior fontanelles are patent. Is it bulging? UTI is very common. Easily investigated. Rheumatic fever is still among us. And for children who have had fever for more than 5 days, Kawasaki disease is very important. We want to diagnose that very quickly and treat to help to prevent the development of coronary artery dilatation and the sequelae that these children face as adults. So just a quick reminders of some of those symptoms and signs and the diagnostic criteria and management of sepsis. But generally speaking, in terms of investigating these children with fever, once we have a source, we treat according to protocol. If they're unstable, we know what to do. When they're well-looking, problems. So AAP has published recently their updated guidelines and for the management of your 8 to 60-day-old. And essentially, for the 0 to 7, we assume sepsis, presume sepsis, treat as sepsis. For the 8 to 21-day-old, we still screen, but there's a consideration. If the cultures come back negative, we can discharge them home. For the 22 to 28-day-olds, their risk of serious bacterial infection is lower. And so they tend to look more now at abnormal inflammatory mediators. And that will help to determine whether or not you do an LP. So an LP becomes optional in this cohort of patients. And they also suggest if the child is well and you have signs suggestive of a UTI, that they can be sent home on oral medication for the bigger ones. But in summary, in our setting, we still use a more conservative approach. And so all febrile neonates require inpatient care and observation, whether they're ill looking or not. And infants who are less than 3 months with a UTI should be managed as inpatients. And our PD nephrologists will support that statement. For our little ones that are 29 to 60 days old, who have a low risk factors, and the risk factors are listed on the slide. The risk of bacterial infection, bacteremia, is the upper limit is 2%, and for meningitis is 0.25%. So there's a little leeway to be more relaxed in terms of how we manage these patients. That is the suggestion. So for our 3 months to 3-year-olds, most of them will have an identifiable source. Majority will be a otitis. We'll have clearly recognizable viral infections, and our bacterial infections are as listed. The microbiological landscape has changed with the advent of your conjugated vaccines, where previously strep pneumonia and Haemophilus influenza were the key players, and now we've seen a change where it's going more towards E. coli for your bacterial infections. Immunization reaction is the most common cause of non-infectious fever. So when they do come to the department, remember to ask, did the child recently get immunized? Another common misconception, oh, the child is teething with fever. Tooth eruption may be associated with increased body temperature, but it's not the source of fever. So if the child has a fever, we need to find the source. Many times it's in the oral cavity because they just put all bits and pieces in their mouth and picked up an infection. So in terms of the most common occult bacterial infection that we find in this age group, where we have fever with no source, it's a UTI. And the prevalence is greatest in girls who are over 6 months and boys who are under 3 months. And it's increased probability for boys who are under 2 years if they're uncircumcised versus if they're circumcised. In terms of bacteremia, again, here, the risk varies according to your immunization status primarily. If you're completely immunized, and in this context, completely immunized means you've had your conjugate pneumococcal vaccine and the full series, and at least 2 of your Haemophilus influenza vaccines, then the risk of bacteremia for you is less than 1%. Otherwise, you'd be considered incomplete immunized, which would be our population, because pneumococcal vaccine is not given routinely, though it is present in private offices, and it is offered to high-risk groups. For example, our children with sickle cell disease, congenital heart disease in the government setting on recommendation of a physician. So please utilize that service at your health center. I mentioned this before. And then pneumonia is also one of the common causes of people without a source. The truth is, many times there are physical findings to suggest that pneumonia, but it's sometimes very difficult to examine an irritable child. One study showed that radiological pneumonia was confirmed in up to 20 to 30% of patients who had no focus of infection, but they had an elevated white blood cell. So one of the recommendations is to do a chest X-ray for children in this age group with an elevated white cell blood cell greater than 20. So generally, I've basically been focusing on our children less than 3 years because they're the ones that present most with a history of fever. The history is key, immunization status. If we don't have a clear source, we might just need to be a little bit more investigative in our questioning, asking more leading questions to trigger the memory of the patients, the parents, and subtle things like, do they have a decrease in their appetite, lethargy, etc. Other things like respiratory symptoms, you might ask, does this child have a cold? And they'll say no, but they're not coughing today, but 2 days ago they were coughing. So just to be careful in terms of how we interpret what the parents say. And again, the examination, looking for the more subtle changes. So you may not find a source, but on examination of the ENT, which is a must in a pediatric patient, that's where you find the gingival stomatitis, you find the ulcers, examining the abdomen, you find the masses, looking at the rash. Some rashes spot diagnosis in terms of what is the underlying cause for the fever. So in terms of generally managing these patients, if they're fully immunized for this age group and they're febrile and we don't have a source and they're well looking, the major consideration is at UTI. If they're partially immunized, which is what our population would fall under, for the most part, we would do blood investigations looking at our CBC, considering doing a blood culture if the white cell is elevated with an ANC greater than or equal to 10. And if you have procalcitonin available, it's a more sensitive marker of invasive bacterial infections. The urine dipstick, urinalysis and culture, and of course the chest x-ray for those with a white cell greater than 20. This is actually a schematic of what I've said, looking at how we manage the children who are unimmunized or completely immunized. So who do we send home in the end? We consider discharge for children who meet all of the following. So they have no toxic features. So they're non-toxic by the time they're leaving us. They have no other investigations required. They have no need for IV treatment. There are no signs of serious bacterial infection, and they're able to drink and maintain their hydration. They can be safely managed at home and return in the event of deterioration. On this point, we really have to consider the social factors of our patients, considering the time of day that we're seeing them. Can the patient or the caregivers return? Do they have easy access to transport and to return to the hospital or to a healthcare provider if the child was to deteriorate, if there were new onset of signs? And do they really understand what we're saying? So if we're not sure on any of these, it's best to keep and observe in-house and then decide how to proceed based on our observations. So fever of unknown origin, just to touch it to say it's if we've had a child has had fever for greater than 8 days. And the top etiologies are infectious diseases, connective tissue diseases, and neoplasms. And in our infectious diseases, the top one is UTI. So one of the take-home points is UTI is very prevalent in this population. We need to check for it. Urinary tract infections are sometimes a cause. The parents just think the signs are trivial, or you always have a little snuffy nose. Viral infections and localized infections that may have an unusual presentation. Our examinations sometimes would guide us, for example, our children who we notice just have a limp. When you see them walking towards you, although they're not complaining of pain, that might help us to localize that they have an issue with their bones. Infective endocarditis, something to consider as well in terms of a localized and investigate for an intra-abdominal masses. Okay, so I think I may have run a little bit over time, but the gist of it is that for our pediatric patients, most will have a source. And for those that we don't find a source, most of them will be viral and self-limiting. The ones that we need to be most concerned about would be our children who are immunocompromised and clinically unwell. Thank you very much. And here are my references.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hosang. That was a very well presented discussion on fever without a source in children and even those with a source. And we know that we are better prepared to handle such cases when we see them. I hope so. Thank you so much. And we, as usual, keep the questions at the end. Our next presenters will be speaking on the issues that can get us into trouble in the emergency room. They are from the Medical Protection Society. And I first present to you Dr. Brian Charles, who gained a Bachelor of Science degree in Natural Sciences, and that dates him because we don't call it Natural Sciences anymore, with honors from UWI in 1983. His medical career began in 1984 at the UWI Mona campus in Jamaica, graduating in 1989 with honors in pathology. He gained his DM in emergency medicine in 1995. At the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, and this is in Barbados, he was a consultant in the A&E department for 10 years, then the director of medical services for 1 year. He was an associate lecturer in emergency medicine at the UWI. Dr. Charles was awarded the Silver Crown of Merit in 2008 by the government of Barbados for outstanding service to the profession. He has been the Caribbean consultant for the Medical Protection Society since 2002. Assisting him is Ruth Russell Hutton. She is a business development manager since August of 2019 and brings to her role 24 years experience in sales and marketing. This includes 19 years experience in researching, analyzing, and developing marketing strategies and business plans for the healthcare and pharmaceutical industries throughout the English-speaking Caribbean. Ms. Hutton holds a BSc in marketing and an associate degree in institutional and catering management, and she is based in Jamaica. She works across 18 English-speaking countries and resides in Jamaica. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Charles and Ruth Hutton, who will be taking us through the pitfalls in emergency medicine. What kind of trouble have I gotten myself into, or I should say, have we gotten ourselves into? Please welcome them.
Thank you very much, Rhonda. It's very good to see you again, and it's good to see all the panelists that are very familiar to me, as well as the attendees. I took the liberty of going through the participants list, and I was very pleased to see how many persons are on this, many of whom that I do know as fellow emergency physicians. So it's good to see everyone again. So today, what I'm going to do is spend a short time dealing with common medical legal pitfalls in A&E. I know it's not as sexy as dealing with the pediatric febrile child or chest trauma, as my two eminent colleagues have just done, but it is very important in terms of the practice and being safe in what you do to keep you out of trouble. So I know most of you would know, but just to give you a little recap, MPS, Medical Protection Society, is a non-profit mutual society. We've been around for 130 years, protecting doctors in their practices. And our philosophy is to support safe practice, just as we're doing now today, in preventing errors from occurring. And we are all over the world. We don't practice in the US for obvious reasons, I believe, but we are all over the world, and we support our clients with similar things like what we're doing here today. Our team is led by Ruth, as Rhonda just told you, and we have also on the team Stephen Joseph in Trinidad, Andrew, who is in Jamaica, and myself working from Barbados. But we cover the entire Caribbean region, and no one is really left out. We're easily accessible. So I have one disclaimer to make, and that is really that I'm an emergency physician, but as I said, I'm not going to speak to anything technical. I'm really going to speak to practice and how we can keep ourselves out of trouble. And hopefully by the end of 20 minutes, 25 minutes, we will understand why A&E is a common place for medical legal risk. I will give you some suggestions as to how to prevent these risks and how to prevent you from getting in trouble, and make some recommendations from MPS. So it is afternoon time, and many of you are hungry, and some of you may have eaten. And I know we have this cultural thing of postprandial sleepiness or drowsiness. So I want to keep you all engaged, and I would like to make sure that you stay with us. So I have several poll questions within the presentation and some interaction things for you to do so that we keep engaged. So the first poll question is, why is A&E a high risk for complaints and legal issues? And I want you to just indicate which one or which ones are true. So the poll question is up, and we will take about, it's very easy, so less than a minute you should be finished with all of this. So please go ahead and tick which one is true. Is it usually overcrowded with confined spaces, poorly equipped? Do the staff make hasty decisions? Does the patient understand what we do at triage, or all of the above? Sarah, if you could show as the polls are being answered, if you can show.
Will do.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not seeing any. Is anyone answering?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, well, maybe I have the wrong.
I will share the results.
Yeah, share the results. We're not going to close the poll yet. We have another, yes, there we go. We have another 15 seconds. But quite a few people have answered already. Okay, good. We can close the poll in the interest of time, Sarah. Thank you. Let's just show back the results. Yes, right. So A&E is usually overcrowded. Show back the results, Sarah, please. A&E is usually overcrowded. 55% of you gave that, and the reason for that are two reasons. One, confidentiality is usually an issue, and in terms of the processing of patients, that could be an issue. A&E usually is poorly equipped. Well, it depends on where you are, so that answer could go both ways. A&E staff make hasty decisions. I do not know that we make hasty decisions. We have difficult decisions, but I think most of the times that the staff are well trained and the decisions are not hasty. Patients understand the triage process. Now that is false, because patients do not really understand the triage process, and we don't take much time to do that. And when we don't do that, then expectations are missed. So persons then get edgy and then can easily complain and lead to claims. So that's very good. Thank you very much. So we're going to move on, and I'm going to give you a case. This is a true case, and if you listen carefully, then I would like you to. I'm going to ask another question after this. So we have a case here. Busy accident emergency department. The bays and corridors are almost full. The consultant and a registrar is managing a resuscitation in the resus room. There is a SHO and an HO on the general floor, and there's one room that has just become vacant, but a patient is expected from an MVA, and the senior house officer is prepping that room. An 11-year-old boy is brought in by the neighbor in a private vehicle after being extensively bitten by the neighbor's dog. The house officer then says, well, look, this is an easy case and the department is very pressured. I can knock this one off very easily. The house officer, the only adult present with the 11-year-old boy was the neighbors whose dog it was. And after a brief history and examination, clearing for neurovascular injury, the house officer sutures using lignocaine and epinephrine to control excess bleeding after irrigating the wounds. Some of the wounds included lacerations to the fingers and to the hand. The laceration was dressed by a nurse. At the same time, the accident arrived and the SHO needed help managing the case, and he summoned the house officer. The case took longer than expected. The patient was discharged by the next shift's senior house officer, who placed the child on antibiotics. The house officer who dealt with the child left at the end of the shift, didn't write his notes until he came back the next day for his other shift. And as you would have expected, some of the things that he did were not included in his notes. Well, lo and behold, the child represented 2 days later, now with the family, and there were necrotic lesions on the fingers. Now, as I promised you at the beginning, I'm not going to go into the technical aspects of anything in the discussion, but we want to look at the practice aspects. So if you remember this case that we just discussed, I want you to please, in less than a minute, go into the Q&A and identify potential issues with the case. Less than a minute, I'm timing you. And the issues I would like not to be spoken of the technical issues, but all other issues that could lead to medical legal problems. Okay, good. I see one answer, epinephrine. No legal guardian, that's correct. Incomplete and inadequate documentation, yes, please, that's also correct. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to close this and give you some of the issues that I have identified with that case. So in summary, for our case, the issues were consent, right? Who consented for this 11-year-old boy? Confidentiality, well, we spoke of the neighbor bringing in the child. The child had an issue, but this was not discussed with the child or child's parents. Clinical records and documentation, you did identify. Competence, you did identify. And communication, well, the communication, it was not spoken about the communication with the family who should have been involved in the management of this child. So that's very good. But other potential issues that are not applicable in this case that we need to remember as emergency physicians include careful prescribing, which I will go into in some detail in this presentation, and chaperoning. So those are things that you need to remember. So let's speak on consent, because I think that that's quite an important thing. And we do get quite a few cases with dealing with consent, and some of which are very difficult to defend. Okay, so Sarah, can you put up the second poll, please? The question is, which one is not a requirement for a valid consent? So which one is not a requirement for the valid consent? First question is, the patient must have sufficient information to make a choice. The patient must be competent. A witness must sign the consent form, and the patient must be able to give their consent freely. So this one is very easy and very short. So one tick is only one answer, or more than one answer possibly. Sarah, let's see what's been responded to in the process, in the response, please.
So far, most people have checked a witness must co-sign the consent form. 68%, 9%.
68%, fantastic, fantastic. Well, let's close the poll and let's see the results, please. Excellent, so 76%, and that's very true. A witness must co-sign the consent form is not a valid requirement. And in fact, it really is not, technically speaking, a requirement for consent at all. So that's very good. Thank you very much for that. So let's go into some detail regarding consent, because that is one thing that we can't defend when it comes to a claim or processing in court. For consent to be valid, the following three things must apply. You must provide sufficient information to the patient. They must have the capacity to consent, and the consent must be freely given. But to me, most importantly, is that you must be able to prove and demonstrate all three of these. And many times a consent form does not do that. So you must document in your note the entire process of consent, what was said, what risks you gave. In fact, I'm going to go into that in a little while. So for sufficient information, this is what must be provided. The nature of the intervention that you, the emergency physician, is doing, its purpose, the risk and side effects, the benefits, and this is something that we forget quite frequently, what alternatives do we have? For example, must we suture this wound? Can we leave it open and let it heal by secondary intention? Do we have to treat with a particular drug? And those are options that must be given to the patient. How much information you give really is a matter of clinical judgment. But remember, if you get into trouble, you will be judged by a similar body of qualified physicians at your level. So, it is not going to be in your interest to veer on either side, either to be too conservative or to be too aggressive in your information that you're given. You must give information that is absolutely necessary. And in fact, what we keep saying is that some information is an absolute, and that no good doctor will not give it for their consent. So the patient's best interest must be considered. So if you have someone who is a model and they have a laceration to their face, you want to make sure that it is done as cosmetically pleasing as possible. If you have someone who is a pianist who plays a musical instrument for their living, you want to make sure that all orthopedic injuries or burn injuries are taken care of, so that they are least amount of negative effects from their injuries. So those are the things that you must include in your consent. What we advise is that you should give patients the information that they ask about their condition, the treatment, and the prognosis, as well as provide it in a way that they can understand and be satisfied that they understood what you have said and consent to it. So in our case, was the 11-year-old boy competent? Would you think? I'm not going to ask, I just want you to think about it. Because at 11, it is very unlikely that he was competent to consent. However, having said that, they are adolescents who are very bright and very understanding of what's going on around them, and they may be competent and can consent. So that's something that we should bear in mind. However, the basic assumption is that every adult has a capacity to consent, right? Unless it is shown that they cannot understand information if presented in a clear way. And how that is determined is not a subject for discussion now today, but it is something that we do have to consider if you think an adult is not able to comprehend what you are telling them to consent. So the basic assumption for competence is that a patient can understand information that's presented to them clearly, they believe that information, they can retain it for a long enough period of time to consider and then make a decision. Statutes and case law also says that if a person lacks the capacity to consent, someone with appropriate qualifications must make that decision for them. And usually in our circumstance, we put that person is the next of kin, but I have to say that next of kins are not necessarily only people who can consent, because if you cannot find a next of kin, you may have to use you may have to use the court, and many of our institutions have legal persons on their teams, and you may have to, if you cannot get any consent whatsoever, you have to act in the patient's best interest and make sure that it is going to be in line with what a reasonable body of medical persons of your qualifications, your experience will give. And that's the best way to go ahead if you're having difficulty in getting consent. So always respect patients' rights to be fully involved in the decision about their care. Respect the right to decline treatment. So persons may say, no, I don't want to do that. Even though you, the medical profession, knows that this is probably the best route, if the person says no, it is no. And if they are competent, it is no. And that's very important in terms of autonomy and principle of ethics. And you can even offer a second opinion, or if the patient requests a second opinion, you assist in getting that second opinion. So if consent is not obtained and not obtained properly, you can either be subject to a civil case or a criminal case. So consent is something that is very important in all avenues of medical practice. So my next topic is going to be on clinical records and documentation. This is very important. If you don't have good documentation, you can't do anything. So just for of interest, I know that many institutions and offices are going into electronic medical records. I want to ask this question. EMRs are not admissible in court as it is impossible to render your signature. Is this true or false? And please go to the QA box and just write T or F, just T or F, so we can see. T's or F's, T's, I see F's, F's, F's. I see a T, okay. Most F's. All right, so the answer to that is false. Electronic medical records are admissible in court because you don't need a signature for a record to be valid. What you do need for electronic medical records is that you need to be able to show that you, the doctor, made that entry. And usually in EMRs, they are facilities to log in and log back out. And if they are secure and done properly, this is how we can use them to represent in court. So poll question number 3, and I'm hoping that these poll questions and interactions are keeping you wide awake this afternoon. So poll question number 3, which of the following is true? And it could be more than one. The poll questions are up. Which of the following could be true? The essence of the encounter should be evident from your notes, regardless of the date and time of the notes and the encounter. All notes should be dated and signed. Original records can be amended if errors are evident, and notes can be made at any time once you remember the details. So you could be more than one that is true. So let's see which ones you have put that are true. This one will probably take a little bit more thought. So we will probably go up 45 seconds to a minute for it. And this leads us very nicely into, this poll question leads us very nicely into the documentation part of the exercise today. Sarah, are we getting a lot of respondents?
Sorry. Yes, 79% of responders have said all notes should be dated and signed.
Okay, all right. Well, let's shut it. 79% have responded already. That's good. All right, so I'm going to go through each one of these because I think these are important. The essence of the encounter should be evident from your notes. That is true. It should be evident from your notes because the reason why you're making notes is that in the future, someone or even yourself or a colleague can come and use your notes to recount the encounter as closely as possible. So that is true. All notes should be dated and signed. Absolutely true. And I'm very happy that 80% of the respondents of the poll has answered that. I will tell you that in other disciplines, it is not as high. So, I mean, we do this talk for many other disciplines, and very many people do not know the importance of assigning a date and a time to their medical records. Original records can be amended if evidence are evident. That is true. They can be amended, but not the original. You have to make an addition, right? So they can make a change, but not under the first entry. So you have to date and time a different entry and add an addendum to it. Notes can be made at any time once you remember the details. Now, not many people said yes to that, but that is true. It can be made, but we do not advise to make notes at a later date. It is better to make your notes in a contemporaneous fashion so that you are clear, you remember everything that goes on, and you're likely to be remembering the significant positives and the significant negatives. So always make your notes contemporaneously, which means at the same time, and rather than coming back, as in the case that we spoke of just now. So a medical record is really a health information that is taken from a doctor or another healthcare professional in an identifiable fashion. So you must be able to identify the person that is taking the record, which means you, the emergency physician, as well as whose record that you are creating, your patient. And we always say that the quality of medical records is a direct reflection of medical practice. Now, as a doctor, I defend this and say that's not necessarily true because some of us cannot write properly and we scribble, and hence our records are not as clear as possible, but we are good physicians. We are perfectly good physicians doing good practice. However, to the person outside, so when the lawyers and the magistrates and the judges see a scribbly entry that's all over the place, that doesn't follow in their eyes, they automatically think that this is not a good quality medical practice. Medical records really are good to keep a clear, adequate picture of the care and treatment, and they act as an aid memoir for the future, as I just mentioned, and it's good for communication with colleagues, but it's also essential in that it's an audit tool, can be used in research, and for medical legal issues, we need to have your records carefully and well done. What may save you and what you should do when you're doing records, even in a busy emergency department, is that you should always have your patient clearly identified and make sure you have the right patient. Your notes should be done in an order, in a chronological order. They should be done at the same time and have a good structure so that anybody coming years after, and remember, we have to look at your notes that are being made 3-5 years previous. And when you come and it's not written properly, and you come and say, yes, this is what was done, but it's not written, we can't believe you. We cannot go on your memory. That does not stand up in court. So that's why it's important that it's contemporaneous and it's written in a clear structure. Also, you should have, when you write your notes, you should bear in mind that your patient has access to these notes. Even though you think that these notes are going in records and they're being stored there for whatever time, the notes belong to your patient. So if the patient comes and says, I want my note that was done on such and such a date, we're obliged to let that patient have a look at that note. The note should always have a good account of your assessment, the care and the treatment that you provided. It must speak to the condition of the patient and the measures you took to correct it, explanations and warnings and consent that was given to or taken from the patient, and arrangements for follow-up and for other care. We're going to go into careful prescribing, even though this did not apply to our case that was done, but because it is, no, let me not say that, because it is something that we need to know, and we've always been knowledgeable about this, but we still make mistakes about it. So I want to go into another poll. My gosh, how many polls is Brian Charles doing today? We're doing enough to get the message across. All right, so which of the following is true? And this one is very quick. It's not like the last one. Which of the following is true? Medication errors approach 25% of all adverse incidents. Prescriptions must be written in all cases, and more than one could be true, so don't just do one. Adequate explanation of medications prescribed to the patient absolve the physician from error. None of the above or all of the above. Very easy and very quick.
So,
Sarah, when you get to 775, you can close.
Okay. So far, most people saying medication prescribing errors approach 25%.
That's true. Okay. What percentage have answered?
Oh, so far, 38 people, 39 still answering.
Okay. Well, this was not difficult.
We close it.
Close it. Okay, that's fine. Let's see the results. All right, good. So 42% says that medication errors approach 25% of all adverse incidents. That's absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And these errors range from incorrect doses, incorrect allergies, not taking the histories, etc., etc. All of those approach up to 25%. That's true. Prescriptions must be written in all cases. Now, this is where I anticipated a little bit of delay, because yes, the answer is true. It should be written and documented. If they're not documented, you're not going to stand when something happens. But I can see where the confusion with this question arose, but it should be more than that. Adequate explanation absolves us from error. It does not, because if we could explain exactly what we want to do. We want to give an antibiotic, and instead of giving an antibiotic, we wrote something else. So explanation alone does not absolve you from error. Very good responses. I just put this up to say that we, the medical fraternity, are in the limelight for the press. We have to do everything that is possible to prevent errors from happening, and drug dosages and medication errors are high on the list for things that could happen, as you've just seen. So just to give you a brief idea of what we need to do when we're prescribing, prescriptions must be adequate, appropriate, accurate, unambiguous. They must have both identifiers of the patient and you, the doctor. They must have a date. You must write the drug clearly, because you don't want a pharmacist to make an error and then you and the pharmacist are going to be in trouble. And you must write the preparation, the dose, frequency, and duration in exactly how you want it to be done by the pharmacist. And for the patient side now, you must repeat and explain all of these things, and explain the risk and side effects, and also the safe use of the medication. Confidentiality. One last poll. So regarding confidentiality, which of the following is true? Okay, Sarah? Which of the following is true? Again, doctor-patient confidentiality must maintain at all times, but ends at death. Confidentiality is one of the major principles of medical ethics. And I'm happy to say that we are teaching a lot more ethics now than when I was in medical school. And it's actually showing in some of the practices that we are seeing. So that's really good. The third question is confidentiality is a responsibility of all staff. Which of the following are true? Okay, Sarah, you can close the polls because these ones are easy. Okay, so the major principles of medical ethics, 29%. I expected more people to say that patient confidentiality must be maintained at all times, but ends at death. Nobody says that. That's absolutely correct. Patient confidentiality continues. Confidentiality is the responsibility of all staff. Every single member of staff needs to be confidential. So remember that in your private practices, when you have records persons or receptionists or accounts people, that must be confidential. Information that is imparted during a medical encounter must not be in the public domain. And by public, I do not mean out in, outside. It must remain private between you, the doctor, and the person that is being seen right there. There may be situations where you may have to breach confidentiality, and we in the course of law call that the reasonable man's test. And I will speak to some disclosure allowances in a little while. If you do breach confidentiality, the individuals must not be identified if it's disclosed, and it applies only to the doctor-patient relationship. The patient themselves can speak about whatever they want that's related to their condition. But if you know, and we've had a case in one of the islands with a corporate responding to incident whereby the patient allowed their information to go onto social media. The hospital, because they saw it on social media, responded in the press to counter what the patient said. The hospital is at fault because the hospital is now breaching confidentiality from within that encounter. The patient can do whatever they want with their information, but the hospital cannot do that. If you have to breach confidentiality, you should get consent. If it is ordered by a judge of law, then you are duty bound to breach that confidentiality, but you should try to not disclose as much as possible about the case, only what is needed, in other words. You should disclose that. And then there are statutory requirements like notifiable diseases, death certification, industrial diseases. Otherwise, breaches are only acceptable if it's necessary to protect the interests of the patient, and this happens in psychiatry quite a bit. It is necessary to protect the welfare of society and necessary to safeguard another individual or another patient. If you are contemplating an exception, just make sure that you can defend it, and it should be cautiously applied, and you should probably discuss this with someone senior as to whether or not you should do an exception to this. You must be prepared to justify this in terms of the court of law, because consent and confidentiality are two things that we don't usually defend, because there's no defense for this. Just as in this case, and this is my last slide, you must recognize your limitations, and this is where competence now is an issue. And I would say that for the cases that I've dealt with from the emergency department, competence is not usually an issue, more so than the other things that I've mentioned. But still, in this case that I just highlighted, competence was an issue because the house officer used lidocaine and epinephrine to inject a terminal artery, which caused a necrosis. So recognize your limitations. When you're providing care, you're duty bound to work within the limits of your competence. And if you need to, ask for assistance. So I thank you very much for your attention and your participation. And I would like to invite you to please listen. I have 5 minutes here left that I'm going to ask my colleague, Ruth Hutton, to speak to you on some things from MPS. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brian. We are cognizant of the time limitations, so I'll go through very quickly the things that I want to share with you. What can MPS offer to you or audience? We can provide advice, Emergency Medical Legal Help Desk is available to all members of the Society 24/7, 365. We have that information. You have a query, you can speak to a qualified medical legal consultant who will be there to assist your queries. We help with responding to and resolving patient complaints, as well as real-life medical legal case reports. We provide support in many areas. We provide free access to online learning modules. We call it PRISM. We participate and implement events such as these and give medical legal talks and conferences. We always say in Jamaica, ounce of prevention is always better than a pound of cure, and we're a part and parcel of that belief. We provide you with access to an independent and confidential counseling service, and we tie that in with our well-being app. With all the stressors that you're facing on a day-to-day basis, well-being is critical. Defense, the biggie. Once in membership with MPS, you have the right to request indemnity for clinical negligence for claims arising from, kindly note, your private practice. Claims arising from work in state is usually assisted through the Attorney General. So we will provide you with support for claims arising from your private practice. However, if it's for the rest of what I'm speaking about here, will cover both private and state. We provide you with defense and representation during medical counsel investigations, assistance with preparation for disciplinary hearings, as well as help managing unwanted media attention. Brian gave an example of that one in a recent case. So just to summarize our total benefits: clinical negligence and claim support for private members, private cases, advice and legal representation, professional workshops. We have expert teams in-house in that, as you can see, Brian, the amount of accolades he has just as an example. So we have doctors who are trained physicians who go on to do additional courses in law and are many times carrying many hats on their head, so that you have an expert set of team in Leeds, England, as well as the panel firms, the local law firms that we have across the islands to assist with members. Lastly, we do offer what we call limited part-time practicing grades. We are cognizant that with the advent of COVID, a lot of you have been working less hours privately. You've had to scale back or you've had to close altogether. So we do have tapered options for your membership. How do you get in touch with us? First of all, if you are interested in signing up and joining MPS, you can scan the QR code on your screen, or you can go to medicalprotection.org/Carbon/Bermuda/join doctor, or take a screenshot of this page if you're on your device. I'm Ruth. I'm based in Jamaica. My telephone number 876-361-3215. My colleague Brian is in Trinidad. So I said, just take a snap of this last slide and you can get in touch with us if you have any queries. I see Rhonda is back up and running, and that's where I take my cue and I end. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a wonderful rest of the afternoon.
Thank you so much, Dr. Charles and Miss Hutton. I am not sure, is it Mrs. Hutton? I said Miss, is it Mrs.?
It's Mrs. Russell Hutton.
Oh, sorry, Mrs. Russell Hutton. Thank you so much. And that was very enlightening, very informative, and I know there are likely going to be some questions, so please do stick around for our Q&A at the end of the session. Our next presenter is the famous Dr. Reginald King. And Dr. King has been very stingy with his little bio, you know, right? And send me two liquor something. So I'm going to have to use some prior knowledge. Anyway, he is from the class of 1991 and obtained a Master of Science degree. And I presume this must be in emergency medicine in 1995. And he also earned a Doctor of Medicine degree. I'm just reading this in its entirety. So he obtained his Doctor of Medicine degree in 2002, because that's when I obtained mine. He's a senior lecturer in emergency medicine. He has been so for 9 years, and he is the DM, the emergency medicine coordinator of the program at Cave Hill. He has 2 beautiful sons, a lovely wife who's also an emergency physician, and they are wonderful hosts, right? And they know that I like fish cakes, and they usually plow me with them when I go to visit them. So, ladies and gentlemen, to speak to you on something extremely topical, the future of emergency medicine education, is virtual learning here to stay? Please welcome Dr. Reggie King.
Good evening, all. Good afternoon. So we're off to start. So the answer to that question is simple, yes. And if that was all we had to do, that would be the end of the presentation. But we'll do some more. So I have no financial conflicts of interest or otherwise. I will mention a few brand name, both apps and platforms during the talk. But that is only because I found them useful. I get no gain from doing so. So at the end of the talk, hopefully, you'll understand the sort of difficulties that occurred with COVID, how we use online education to correct some of those issues, how to apply some of those fixes to your own issues if you are having them. So as we know, COVID brought about several changes: social distancing, masking, hand sanitizing, limited numbers in enclosed spaces, all of which really affected university and teaching programs. Because prior to COVID, as you can see, teaching used to occur in small rooms with large numbers, and that became an absolute no-no. Even the clinical spaces were tight in terms of the numbers of people per, in this case, 6 feet. I think in 6 feet, you can probably see 6 people in the last picture. In addition, at various times, we had people in homes of lecturers, and started Shane Williams. But again, all of that had to stop. Even in terms of activities that residents did together, this was a 5K, I think, that also had to stop. There was nothing going on that involves groups of people. So face-to-face teaching essentially stopped. Universities became locked down by the government protocols. Residents and lecturers were on the front line. In other words, they were the people dealing with all the COVID cases. They were co-opted for ICU and COVID care, and therefore they're too exhausted or burnt out to participate in teaching. Added to that was travel restrictions, which meant I couldn't get Dr. Hudson to come to Barbados. The exams had to be put off, first of all, and then to be done by distance, which was a new experience for all of us. So just giving you some background of education. So one of the things that people often mistake is that different people learn in different ways. We all learn the same way, whether it is sound, seeing, doing. We all benefit from learning the same information in different ways. We may prefer one over the other, but the method of learning is the same. So things that we wanted to achieve by problem solving groups, group discussion, argument, watching, hearing, those could be still achieved. The doing part was difficult. And we'll go on more to discuss what FOAM is, but It's free open access education. Right? So it's unfortunate for this slide to go on while I'm giving a lecture, but lectures are generally things that put people to sleep. So one of the things that happened in our program was essentially we stopped doing lectures for postgraduate students before COVID. We only went to tutorials, seminars, we had hands-on sessions and clinical examination sessions. So the last two were severely affected by COVID. Okay. In addition, we also had people from other faculties who we involved in helping run simulations. This is the senior lecturer in dramatic arts. So she helped people with their presentation styles, with preparing actors for exams and for simulations. In addition, when we went then therefore to the online process, she helped students with preparing themselves to talk in front of others online or on TV in effect. So this went on for some time, and the question then became how to restart and continue safely. And it's clear that it needs distance, it needs low contagion risk, because people have been burnt out or really stressed. We need a lower stress environment. We need to avoid local and regional travel restrictions. And up until now, all the testing and the breaks before you can start your active part of your visit. So those all affected exams also. So online education for us has largely been a blended system. What it required was that we explained to students how we were going to do it. The syllabus for A&E is never ending, but it's the students' responsibility, because they have the syllabus, to make sure they cover all of the work. Then they would use their time at work, actually in the department, for the hand-on skills, together with the people supervising their shifts. Face-to-face education, one-on-one with them in mass and their supervisors in mass as on the floor, allowed case teaching, tutorials, talking with one another. And the key though is to get people to appreciate that that sort of teaching is still teaching. They don't have to have lectures as such. And they don't need lectures, because there are essentially experienced physicians with their own set of skills and experiences. So what do we need before we started? So we need to arrange for a regular contact system with some two-way method of reliable communication. We had different methods of delivery. We need to have feedback going in both directions, from teacher to student and student to teacher. We had to have facility for producing materials if we needed any. Luckily, FOAM helped us with that in the sense that those things were then available are free, because, again, because of COVID, many of the universities staff who helped us with printing and so on were also not at work. So the basics of online education and the requirements for online education include this slide. So you need technology and media, a policy. You need to have materials that you've decided upon as you would if you were teaching regularly. All the funding in this case would have been provided by university or by the individual lecturers, and the staff and faculty are largely the same. Because the faculty for UE function at several different spots, there are both student support as well as teachers. The university also offers psychological counseling, which can be offered online. So, different types. Most of what we do is synchronous. In other words, the students and the teaching are both on and online at the same time. There is the option of asynchronous teaching, as will be with this conference when it goes on YouTube. The presentations can be either audio, as in CDs or podcasts, or visual, involving actual cases or actual lectures, which are filmed and then broadcast. They can be computer-based. In other words, there's no human-to-human interaction, or computer-mediated. In other words, the person is on the computer, but doing things which the instructor tells them to do. The difference between computer conferencing and video conferencing, the computer conferencing is much as what is happening here now. In other words, I am speaking, but your ability to respond is limited. Video conferencing is a much more interactive environment. We have also seen a growth in web-based instruction and interactive instruction, either by podcast, again, given that radios have gone out, but audio versus video instruction. So, as in everything in emergency medicine, there's a framework. So for online education, we have policies. We've decided on the platform, people who will be involved in arranging that, and the processes that were required for it all to come together. Online education is excellent for adult education. It allows for flexibility. The people who have to pick up their kids can still be part of the conference if they drive for the kids. Usually adults, because they have the choice, have gone into something because they really want to do it. So they are self-driven and motivated. And therefore, their ability to cover the work on their own makes a flipped classroom particularly useful in this setting. Flipped classroom in it, as in doing the learning at home and coming to class to deal with applying the learning. The cons, it takes a while to get accustomed to the online environment because it's not the same as a traditional classroom. There is some learning curve. It requires flexibility on the part of the tutor. You have to be willing to understand that sometimes people are attending your conference from in bed while they're making dinner, while they're seeing patients. It is more informal, I find, than would have been expected before. And it requires greater input from both the person leading the tutorial and the students themselves, because it works best when there's a back and forth going on. Pros, again, it is fairly low cost to maintain once it's started. It gives you the opportunity to interact with students individually if you need to. Luckily, students are technology natives, as in the sense that they have grown up really seeing computers as part of their life. So it's not anything strange for them. In addition, it can allow mass teaching for very little addition in costs. So this conference could be going out to 300 or 400 people for the same cost as going out to 5 or 10. The con, there's a high input cost if you want to start up the material, both in terms of investing in the technology and investing in the people to keep it running. As such, there's lots of need for support because as teachers are technology immigrants, there is quite often a need to ask a question as to how something can be done better. And because we are separated, obviously there's a lot of personal touch. I will take some of these things and just break them down. This is a slide showing all the things that are associated with education, with online education in terms of advantages and disadvantages. Accessibility, certainly for us, even though Barbados is small, the people who live an hour or more from the hospital and therefore do not want to come in when they're not on duty to attend a lecture or a tutorial. It's accessible in the sense that people having other responsibilities can join very quickly to a conference without having to move from where they are and come all the way down to class. It is very convenient because people can do it, as we said, along with other things in their home, watching their kids, because all of this was going on in addition to having children at home doing school as well. So there needed to be adults at home to supervise them, and therefore being able to attend conference while watching your 4-year-old at their school was very, very helpful. The problems with it is that obviously because patients and people aren't giving cues, if you just say a child is having stridor, in that online environment, that information may skip past the learner and in their attempt to answer the question. And we've seen this in exams, for example. And just being able to make the noise sends their mind where it should be. Because lots of people may be involved in developing a program, there's more room for error. And because we depend so much on technology, and we unfortunately aren't really geared for that, loss of power, loss of service, failure of Wi-Fi, malfunction of computers have all been problems. So why do they need online education? First of all, at various points, the program was suffering from poor attendance at conference because of high resident workloads. There was no one time that we could find to suit all, and there were social inconveniences, as in having to watch your kids. I had recently had an illness and wasn't as mobile as it could be. And COVID then threw everything down the drain. And it was then that no one was teaching, and the students were quickly becoming disinterested and feeling lost. So online allowed us to start unofficial classes from your home, and that kept the program going while the COVID pandemic was at its height. So the tools that we use, you must realize that there are several ways to do something, and using the wrong tool for the wrong thing can cause these sort of bent nails to occur. One of the things that you will find in emergency medicine, in education, in life generally, that you find what you look for. This was me. Obviously, the center of the photograph, the knighting of Sir Gary Sobers. So the tools. There are a lot of conferences, a lot of information sources, some reliable, some not. Feedly, therefore, allowed me to look through all of these sources, it gathers the information for you and collects it into either topics or dates for sharing with both the students and colleagues. Google and Google Scholar allow rapidity of preparation. Zoom is excellent for lectures and tutorials, for carrying out student assessments, for meeting with students over issues or as a group, and even for doing exams as we now do. Apps, there are several apps that we can use for teaching, including things like a 3D Atlas, which allows us to do some things that we'd expect that we would need to do hands-on online. And this is particularly true for residents, because they actually know what patients look like, what patients feel like, what pneumonias sound like, and therefore can function with very little addition. WhatsApp has been excellent for communication, as it doesn't require that they be around to answer the phone. You can leave a message, and once the relationship is set up, that there will be quick responses. That is very useful. It's also an excellent way for sharing articles, cases, and any conversation that can be asynchronous. This is an example of right. So it makes it possible to share things that everyone can't be around for. Email, which I was more comfortable with, was viewed as snail mail, but it is useful for the official conversation and for sharing large documents. But still, I don't think we've found a way around the fact that hands-on skills need hands-on teaching. And therefore, the idea of simulations is a high-end management of the problem. For A&E, it may not be a problem for residents. As I said, they generally experience it is an issue for students who are now learning. Right? We can use online teaching to teach thought processes. So you may not actually be able to do resuscitation, but we can go through what you should be looking for and thinking of. The idea of feedback and review to change what you're doing over time. And finally, the addition of scripted encounters, which we now use in examinations to add realism and to test higher functions. I just added this part on examinations. We do more and more of the exam online, particularly orals and OSCEs, and the data paper and MCQs, and all our meetings now are online. So why should we keep the online method? There's lots of money to be saved because it costs so much to transport doctors around the Caribbean to do exams. It allows the university to function as one university as opposed to 4 or 5 campuses, and therefore its great flexibility is quite useful. Over time, it has become more popular with both students and teachers, and is very good if it is done well. It requires reliable online support. It requires CUTL, which is the university teaching system for university lecturers. It requires better internet and Wi-Fi, more uniform and reliable hardware and software, and it requires a willingness to embrace the future. I think we're gonna do any questions in the after session, and I hope this helped make meaning of online education for you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. King. That was very, very Wonderful as usual. And just to let our audience know that Dr. King came in at the last moment, so to speak, when someone else pulled out. He was so happy and gracious to agree to participating in our conference. And, you know, we're happy that you did. And I know there are going to be some questions later on. So thank you very much for that. Our next speaker, the Chief Medical Officer of Jamaica, Dr. Jacqueline Besacer Mackenzie, who hails from Trelawney, was born in October, I won't tell you what year, and she went to high schools at Glenmuir and St. Jago before she went into college, obtaining a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry before going on to do her MBBS and then her DM in emergency medicine, which she obtained in 2004. But she didn't stop there. And in 2017, she obtained a Master of Public Health degree with distinction. And those of us who were present, she graduated along with her daughter that same year. And that was very nice to watch. She has worked, and I didn't know that she worked at Grace Kennedy in the lab before going into medicine. And she has worked at the Spanish Town Hospital, which I think is near and dear to her heart. And she also worked at University Hospital of the West Indies. Presently, she's at the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and we know her, I think, best for the role as Chief Medical Officer, which she has, and she has done, in my opinion, a stellar job in that role. She is a chair of several boards and organizations. She's on UHWI board, the Climate Change Board. She was on that. She's on the Emergency Medicine Specialty Board. She has represented Jamaica at several regional organizations and events, and she was part of the Caribbean Health Disaster Committee as a member from 2016 to 2018. She's a member of the Caribbean Public Health Agency Technical Advisory Committee. She's also a member of a very important body, the Caribbean Accreditation Authority for Medicines and Other Health Professionals, CAMHP as we know it. And she is a member of the PAHO WHO advisory group on advancing the non-communicable disease agenda for the Caribbean. And she has several other events she has represented Jamaica in internationally. She represented Jamaica on the executive board of the World Health Organization and World Health Assemblies, and she has been doing this since 2018. She also represented Jamaica in the Commonwealth Health Ministers meeting since 2018. And she is the chair, the Jamaica chair for 2022 to 2023. She represented Jamaica as well at the United Nations General Assembly on health matters, and she's been doing this since 2018. Dr. Besacer would like you to know, I think she would like you to know that she's married to Garth since 1993. She has 3 children, 2 of whom I have had the pleasure of teaching. And I think I don't fear any contradiction to say that in emergency medicine, we are particularly proud of Dr. Besacer Mackenzie because she's an emergency physician in high places, but also because she's doing such a stellar job in that role. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome Dr. Jacqueline Besacer Mackenzie as she speaks to us on emergency medicine and healthcare systems in Jamaica. What does the future hold? Welcome, Dr. Besacer Mackenzie.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm just checking if you're hearing me okay.
Yes, I'm hearing you, and I think everybody else is too.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, all right. So thank you so much, Rhonda, for that wonderful introduction. And just to say good afternoon to everyone. I want to really congratulate the Jamaica Emergency Medicine Association for another successful conference. I think I have been online since 9 o'clock this morning, and I think it's really great that despite all the unpredictability in what's happening, we're able to put on this conference. And I want to say thanks to the planning committee for inviting me to speak. It really is a great honor and a privilege to address this group, of which I consider myself to be a part of, and this is my first home. It's difficult to be the last speaker, so I will try to be as short and as sweet as possible. The topic is emergency medicine and healthcare systems in Jamaica. What does the future hold? I want to start by just looking briefly at the public health system in Jamaica. Jamaica's network of health facilities is an excellent model for the delivery of care to the population, and it is something that we can all be proud of. We have 327 primary care facilities that are scattered across the island, 25 hospitals with at least one hospital in each parish, a referral system that links primary care and secondary care and links the different levels of hospitals. There are 4 regional health authorities that act as the coordinating point for these facilities. And then we have the central ministry that is the policymaking and program implementation and monitoring part of the health system. So with such a great framework and network, why is there so much dissatisfaction? Inadequate workforce and unreliable information systems have plagued our health system for over 4 decades, and it still presents a major issue. In addition, there has been an inadequate response, I believe, to the changing demands of the population, demands brought about by demographic changes and changes in epidemiology, as well as changes in medical knowledge and medical technologies. And so the time has come for a review of the health infrastructure, and the Ministry of Health and Wellness is now actively embarking on this process. And so I think it's a good time to ask, what does the future hold? Since 2019, the development of a 10-year strategic plan has pointed the way forward for reforms in both primary and secondary care. A brief look at the emergency medical services. Dr. Espinosa Campbell gave a presentation this morning that I think was well received. The emergence of emergency medicine as a specialty is one of those advances in medical sciences that was not taken into consideration in designing hospitals and establishing staff complements from in the early years. And so now, with this being an established specialty, there are certain needs outside of just having a basic, what we used to call casualty department. Now an emergency department really does need to cater to the full scope of work of the emergency physician, and requires a full complement of staff, and this needs to be taken into consideration. A review of both primary health care and secondary care services take this very important development into consideration. Certainly, as an emergency physician, this would have been foremost in my mind, as emergency medicine is a central point around which many services converge and diverge, and it is where primary health care meets secondary care. The central role played by emergency medicine is now reflected in the Ministry of Health and Wellness organizational structure with the Emergency Medical Services Unit. The EMS director position was established in the ministry under Dr. Marion Bullock de Cass's watch. When I joined the Ministry of Health in 2014, the scope included only pre-hospital services. And at that time, I widened the areas of responsibility to also include oversight of hospital emergency services. With respect to pre-hospital emergency services, what does the future hold? There has not been the build out so far of pre-hospital services as was expected. This public service started in 1997 and is yet to reach its full potential. However, the drive is to establish the policies that govern the public and private service and to expand the public EMS through continued collaboration with the Jamaica Fire Brigade. This year, we will launch two sites in Ocho Rios and St. Anne's Bay to make 9 EMS sites across the island. And we hope that going forward, we know that we do have the commitment from certain agencies to provide funding, and we're hoping that going forward, we will be able to continue this expansion of the pre-hospital services. So in terms of primary healthcare reform, the assessments that we have done have shown that reforms are needed in both primary and secondary care. From my days in the emergency room and the interaction that we've had with primary care, I've always believed that the answer to the overcrowding in the emergency room and the multiple repeated visits for uncontrolled chronic diseases and their complications lie in improvements in primary care. And hence, since being in this position in the ministry, my drive has been to do some very much needed reforms in primary care. This reform that we are embarking on to extend over 2021 to 2030, and it has already started, is about providing comprehensive quality care at the first level of care for better control of chronic diseases and less emergency room visits. We will achieve this through enhanced and expanded services with continuous training. We've already started to roll out our tele program to bring continued medical education to our primary care providers. We have reviewed our screening tools to ensure that we have good screening for all the illnesses that are very high mortality rates in the country. We've updated our manuals on the treatment of chronic diseases. We are developing care pathways, and we are incorporating specialist services into primary care. We're also looking at integrated service delivery networks to have our facilities linked through digital technologies. For one, will allow for access to information, preventing duplication of effort, and allows a treating physician to be able to review patients' historical data, thus allowing for more focused care for the presenting illnesses. Electronic health records, information systems for health infrastructure, interoperability of all the information systems that are being used will be a part of this. We're also implementing a chronic care model that will allow for collaborative treatment of difficult cases in their communities, therefore increasing the very ill patients' care, so that, and have them participating in their care, so that we can keep these persons that we know are the repeated visitors to the emergency room and to the hospitals. We can keep their illnesses controlled. We're also looking at the life stage approach to health promotion and prevention, which allow for the reduction in risk factors, early screening, early detection of illnesses, and early interventions. So as I've said, the first phase of this has already started with an IDB project in collaboration with the European Union and the government of Jamaica that will implement information systems for health equipment and networking in 105 health facilities. We'll pilot the electronic health records in 13 facilities, strengthen the tele-echo for continuing medical education, implement chronic care model in 6 facilities, and improve infrastructure in 13 health facilities. What about secondary care? So one of the major changes that we are going to see over the next few years is the upgrading of the Type C hospital. Hospitals in Jamaica, as we know, are categorized into Type A, B, and C hospitals, Type C being at the lowest tier. And it was a hospital that was designed to address minor illnesses and putting in temporizing measures for treat emergencies where they can, and essentially rapidly transfer to the next level of care. So we know that things have changed in medicine, and over the years, the demand for hospital services has, the services at the Type C hospitals have created their own expansion in services, and they have in fact moved away from just having one specialist in those hospitals to engaging more specialists in the hospitals. So what we are going to do is to formalize this, and the rescoping of hospital services will see the Type C hospital offering general medicine, general surgery, pediatrics, obstetrics and gynecology, and support specialties of emergency medicine, anesthetics, and radiology. The Type B hospital and the regional hospitals will also increase services. The posts for these increased services will be created, including posts for emergency medicine. And this is something that we are trying to complete this year, to have the review by the Ministry of Finance and Public Service, so that we can have the creation of these posts. Over the last 2 years, we have been delayed by COVID. We started working on this from 2018 when I became Chief Medical Officer. We had dengue 2019 and then 2 years of COVID that have delayed the rescoping and the implementation of these changes, but they are part of our 10-year strategic plan, and we're actively working towards achieving these. So in terms of the need for trained persons in emergency medicine, our initial, our preliminary assessment would show that in our public hospitals, and we have 19 emergency departments that are 24-hour emergency departments. And in those 19 facilities, we have 12 emergency trained physicians, DM trained physicians. And our estimation of this is that we require at least 70 emergency trained physicians. And this is trained, fully trained at the DM level or equivalent to staff these hospitals. So we expect that the demand for emergency physicians will increase over the next years as the posts are created. And the training programs will have to look at, we'll have to look at how it is that we get persons out, considering of course that many of our persons that are trained tend to migrate. But in the creation of the posts, we are expecting that some persons will stay. So the training programs will have to look at how it is that they turn out these persons. We have started to engage the university, certainly in terms of the primary healthcare reform, in terms of the creation of the courses for the different aspects of primary healthcare. And once we have settled on the secondary care path, then we will also engage the university. We, as from the Specialty Board for Emergency Medicine, we know that we have engaged in terms of the diploma in emergency medicine, and the ministry is committed to supporting this program, at least for the 3 first years of its initiation, to ensure that it is recognized and that persons who get this certification can be engaged at an MO2 level. We also have to look at our other training programs. ATLS was mentioned in the conference earlier, but also in terms of BLS, the ACLS, the incident command systems, mass casualty courses. Our emergency room nursing program also we need to look at that. And then of course there is training also in chemical, radiological, and biological emergencies as per the requirement of our IHR requirements. So in terms of infrastructure, I think that over the last couple of years, certainly since I have been in the ministry, we have seen a lot of work being done in emergency departments. Since 2014, we have seen the retooling of the Linstead Hospital Emergency Department, Princess Margaret Emergency Department, Noel Holmes Hospital Emergency Department, and the Macon Hospital Emergency Department was also retooled quite a bit. For over the next 3 years, for projects that are already underway, except, well, for the IDB project, we know that funding is in place for the Spanish Town Hospital, and we expect to break ground later this year, and that would be a new emergency department. For the St. Anne's Bay Hospital, also under the IDB project, possibly for breaking ground next year, we will see they're taken out of the outpatient departments, out of the hospital emergency room space, and therefore allow for expansion of the emergency room. Cornwall Regional Hospital Rehabilitation will see a new emergency department. And in that Cornwall Regional Hospital complex, we will now have the Western Child and Adolescent Hospital that will also now have the second pediatric emergency department for the island. In addition, we are looking at, and persons would have heard it said, a new hospital in St. Catherine, and that would also have an additional emergency department. Over the time that I have been in the ministry as well, in this second block of hospitals, we would have seen improvement, certainly in the waiting areas and the processes that we have in place for triage in these hospitals. We have done some restructuring at the front of the emergency departments at Bustamante Hospital for Children, Kingston Public Hospital, Spanish Town Hospital, St. Anne's Bay Hospital, Manchester Hospital, Mandeville Regional Hospital, Black River Hospital, Percy Junior Hospital. And well, we know that Falmouth, we had the gift in 2007, and that's still a fairly new emergency department. So we have been working, the emergency departments certainly are not forgotten, and certainly not while I am CMO, they certainly won't be forgotten. And over the next couple of months, we need to look at these other 4 that have not been touched since 2014, which is Lionel Town, and Otter Bay, Port Maria, and Port Antonio, to see how it is that we can improve their workspace. So I think in answering the topic, what does the future hold? My summary response to that would be that the future for the emergency physician is bright and the sky is the limit. I have spoken about the need for emergency physicians as we expand emergency care, but I would like to spend my last 2 slides to say specifically on the opportunities, other opportunities for the emergency physician. The emergency physician has a bird's eye view of all clinical services and sits at the interface of primary health care and secondary care services. They have the opportunity for leadership in healthcare services. Emergency medicine is hard work, and there is a high burnout rate for emergency physicians. And I think we should all plan what next, what happens after I burn out in the emergency department. So in terms of the opportunities, I would like to look at what we need to do in terms of developing our leadership skills. And I think that this is something that we need to address in our training programs to ensure that we are ready for the opportunities that are there for us. In our work as an emergency physician, we always assess and then we immediately put in actions. And I really think that we need to transform these 2 actions, assessing and putting immediate actions in how we manage our departments and our spaces, that we work in. And I think if we can do that to improve the areas that we work in, then, we can become good leaders in the emergency department. And, just to add another A, I just want to emphasize the whole thing about being articulate in really voicing what it is that we need in the emergency department and be speaking out for making the emergency room better. So I think, we need to apply the basic principles of emergency department in how we manage, not just clinically, but also the space in which we work. And this certainly will put us out there as leaders. I also think that we need to be bold. We need to be bold and to be brave to stand up for the right practices within the emergency department and to really make our voices be heard as to the principles of emergency medicine and how it affects what happens in the rest of the hospital in terms of the clinical care for patients. And, if we apply this and be very bold in how we operate in the emergency department, we will be seen as strong leaders. I also think that we should not be afraid of taking chances and making change. We need to be champions for emergency medicine. Somebody mentioned earlier that Rhonda is a champion for emergency medicine, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. I think we all need to be champions for emergency medicine. We're not just another doctor that has come out and has taken up a consultant position. We're there to make change. And once the change starts at the door of the hospital, then it will continue throughout the hospital. With this, we can become motivational leaders. And we have to be decisive in what we do, direct from the front, and we have a determination to succeed, making us inspirational leaders. The fact is that our health system need leaders at this time. We need strong leaders, we need motivational leaders, and we need inspirational leaders. And I think we have the opportunity as emergency physicians to fill this gap. So what are the opportunities? Certainly I have indicated where it is that over the next couple of months, years, we will see emergency medicine posts in all our hospitals. We have seen that we have new areas. We have a new pediatric emergency department that is going to be established at Cornwall Regional Hospital in terms of the Western Child and Adolescent Hospital. So we are going to need subspecializations. We are seeing also where we are going to be expanding the space at Kingston Public Hospital by moving some services into St. Joseph's Hospital, which will give that hospital the opportunity to develop traumatology and to really become a true trauma center. And I think that as emergency physicians, we need to prepare ourselves for that. We have engaged already on the diploma in emergency medicine to help to provide additional support to the emergency physician in the emergency departments and also in areas that are not well serviced. And so the opportunity for teaching also has expanded. I just want to point out that the emergency disaster management and special services branch and the Ministry of Health is also an opportunity for emergency physicians, ideally suited for physicians with emergency medicine training. I also want to point out that in moving forward with pre-hospital services, the policies that govern that, then there will be the need for medical directors within the pre-hospital services. And then I also want to point out that the sky is the limit in terms of leadership that can be, leadership roles that emergency physicians can fill. So emergency physicians need to look at other training programs, hospital administration, health administration, public health. I think with the combination of the wide clinical knowledge that we have, then once we combine that with other areas, I think that we will be a very welcomed and needed set of persons for the health sector. So I'm going to end here to say that just sit under one light. The future is bright. I think we have to open up the opportunities, and I certainly think that those opportunities are there. So I'm going to end here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a beautiful way to end our session. Motivational and inspirational. And this, indeed the future is bright, and listening as an emergency physician who is perhaps, where am I now? Kind of sunsetish. It is nice to know that, the future, we can usher young persons into all of these new areas. And yes, we older folks will continue to champion for emergency medicine. And it is very nice to hear all these new things that are going up for emergency medicine. Dr. Stacey McKenzie, thank you so very much for your input in this. All right, so at this time, we are going to be looking at the Q&A. And I have a few questions that were posted. I know some persons were in the chat. I'm going to highlight those that perhaps were not directly answered. So there's a question here for Dr. Charles, and this is from your compatriot, Dr. King. What happens in the Caribbean setting where next of kin are not clear-cut blended families or informal relationships, etc.? What happens in those cases when it is not really clear who the next of kin is?
Okay, so that's a very good question, and thanks for it, because it comes out very frequently when we discuss things like consent. where the person is either incapacitated or intoxicated, or they're just not able to consent either because they're not competent to consent. And then we frequently say, well, let's get the next of kin to consent. Now, some jurisdictions allow the next of kin to be identified as the person next in the family, a spouse, a husband, living relative, or whatever. However, I have to caution very carefully that each jurisdiction has its own consent law. And it would be good for us if we, within our jurisdictions, for example, if you're in Jamaica, Trinidad, or Antigua, you research it to see who is suitable to be the next of kin or the ward of the person. It's similar to the power of attorney, but it's we as physicians just say, well, look, okay, if a husband or wife comes and says that they're husband or wife, or brother or sister, you know, that they're the next of kin. But there is a jurisdictional determination as who is the legitimate next of kin. And I cannot answer specifically who we should go to, but just to say that if you need to get consent from a next of kin, you probably should either ask your legal officer as to who really is the next of kin that can provide this suitable consent that it will stand up in court.
Thank you so much, Dr. Charles. And staying with you a bit, because we have another question coming your way. What is the advice to doctors who post up on social media pictures of patients, especially pediatrics?
All right, so if the doctors are doing the posting on social media, that is really, really not something that I would encourage, especially that any posting that is done is a breach of confidentiality if no consent has been given. And I presume that the question would have been related to postings who have not gotten permission to either release a video or a picture. So if they were to be challenged in the court, then we will not be able to defend. So I advise everyone who is posting, not only posting for entertainment and information, but posting academic information. Make sure that no identifiable features are not included. So no names, no tattoos, no recognizable scars, because someone can say, I knew that was me. And as soon as they say, I knew that was me, and I did not give permission, then the case is lost. So that is one thing to be very careful about in terms of pictures and videos and posting on social media.
Thank you very much. All right, so some good advice, doctors, nurses, and other healthcare workers. Please be very, very careful. We've heard this several times, and I think sometimes we forget in our enthusiasm to share. We need to be very mindful how we do that. All right, so this one is for Dr. Williams. Please remind us about management of tension pneumothorax in terms of intercostal space.
Yeah, thanks for that question. Well, tension pneumothorax is a surgical emergency, and the management is to do a needle thoracostomy. But the new guidelines in the ATLS, the 10th edition, from research done prior, failure in the second intercostal space, mid-clavicular line, now recommend that the fifth space in an adult should be used just anterior to the mid-axillary line. So in an adult, fifth space, just anterior to the mid-clavicular line from evidence-based research, whereas in children, the second space remains as the traditional entry point in the mid-clavicular line. As you know, children, muscle mass over the pectoralis muscles is not as thick as adults, and as a result of that, these changes are now being supposed to be practicing right now, and that is just to relieve the pressure effects of the tension. Certainly, after that, then you need to do a tube thoracostomy. And the tube thoracostomy should be placed in the fifth space as well in an adult. Nowadays, we are talking about finger thoracostomy, which is a quicker approach for patients that are having a tension pneumothorax in front of you. So we speak about tube thoracostomy, and that is done in the 5th space. Of course, to do the finger thoracostomy, rather, you would have to have an incision at the site, and you use your finger to sweep around the pleural cavity. And really and truly, there's a specific type of dressing that you would have placed at the site, which would allow air not to enter back the thorax until definitive tube placement can be done. So the finger thoracostomy, now you can see those on videos on the YouTube. Don't think we're really practicing that because the situation in our setting in terms of pre-hospital, we are talking about setting where you have helicopter emergency medical services in the United States and so on, where access to the patient is very fast. And even so, the finger thoracostomy is practiced on these patients.
Thank you very much, Dr. Williams. All right, Dr. Hosang, I have 2 questions for you. Could you please repeat misconceptions about use of antipyretics and tepid sponging in relation to febrile seizures?
Not hearing. No.
No, Doctor.
Not hearing at all.
Hold on a bit.
Can you signal her?
Okay.
Okay,
right.
go ahead.
So the studies have shown that the use of antipyretics actually does not reduce the recurrence of febrile seizures. And the reason for lowering temperatures in children who have fever really should be primarily for the comfort of the child. I know it's generally practiced where we encourage our parents, once the child has a fever, to offer them antipyretic measures, whether in terms of medication or tepid sponging, but it actually has not been shown to decrease the incidence or the recurrence of febrile seizures.
Okay, thank you. And there's another one, it says, kind of related. It says, why should warm or tepid water be used for cooling than used compared to cold water? I think you.
Okay, so it has to do with the comfort of the child as well. As we said, the reason for the major reason for decreasing temperature is for patient comfort. Yes, cold water will allow the temperature to fall more rapidly, but cold water is not comfortable. And sometimes that is more traumatic for the child than having the fever. So we really would recommend, if you're going to do sponging, to use warm water or tepid water and not cold water. Okay. And the reason also that they have shown that tepid sponging or sponging is not really very useful. Yes, it does allow the temperature to come down, but the degree with which it allows the temperature to come down is not significant and it's short-lived. So for the inconvenience and the distress in the child, it's just not worth it.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Hassan. All right, to our Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Basesa McKenzie, I have 2 questions for you. And the first one is, what is being done to improve the attractiveness of emergency medicine physicians to remain in Jamaica and to extend their expertise to the rural areas? That's your first question. Dr. Basesa McKenzie?
Yes, is my
Yes.
mic on now? Oh.
Yes, it is on now.
Right, so I think
although you're very low.
I don't think.
Sorry, you're very, very low.
Right, you're hearing me now? Is
That's
this
much better, yeah.
Okay,
Yes, it is.
all right. Well, I think first of all, one of the problems we've had so far has been that persons get a job and then the post comes after. And so that is one thing that we are trying to solve, to say, to have the post created and that persons would, oh, you're not hearing me?
I am hearing you.
Rhonda, oh, okay. I'm having two mics going on here.
Oh.
Right, I'm saying that the creation of the post is one of the things that will be something that persons can look forward to. But the fact is that we have to recognize that the salaries in Jamaica on a whole is compared to other jurisdictions is not going to bind everybody. And so we have to recognize that we have to engage a training institution to say you have to train enough, and then we have to see how it is that we can support that. So that is one thing that we're doing. I think that with the pay package that the Ministry of Finance and Public Services coming with in April, let us see what that brings and how that will change some person's perspective. I don't know the details as yet, but I am waiting to hear as well. And I hear that it may change how some people look at some things.
Right. So we'll await that then. And the second question for you, Doc, is the ministry seriously looking into training emergency room nurses, as we are very short of certified emergency nurses?
Right. So we have a problem with the training of our specialist nurses on a whole. It's not just the emergency room nurses, and the problem essentially lies in the faculty. And so I have engaged our chief nursing office on this matter and to say how it is that we can attract faculty. We had tried with the specialist nursing program for the critical care nurses with the collaboration with the UK. And one of the arms that was supposed to be developed where that was concerned was that we would have preceptors coming from the UK to fill the gap in terms of the instructors here. Now, we've had a break because of COVID, and we are trying to reopen those lines of communications because emergency medicine was identified as one of the areas that we don't have the instructors. And so we have to look at how we fill that gap. But we do understand that it is something that needs to be done, and it is being explored.
Yes. And I know we do have training of our nurses in that area from time to time at the university. All right, thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. I have no further questions. So it means that I'm left to thank all our presenters. We heard from Dr. Williams on chest trauma. We were taken through fever in the child, what to do, what not to do, and how to approach fever in the child. And then we learned about some of the common legal and other pitfalls that we may get ourselves into by Dr. Charles and Mrs. Russell Hutton. And then Dr. King took us through the virtual emergency medicine space. And just to say here that whatever Dr. Reggie King told you is what he does. You see, bombards our WhatsApp with a ton of articles. So it's very authentic. Whatever he told you is what he's practiced. And then we wrapped up so very, very nicely with our Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Basesa McKenzie, taking us through the future of emergency medicine. And it sounds bright, and we look forward to seeing those promises fulfilled. All right, so at this time, I'd like also to thank you for staying, but we're not quite yet finished. We have a very important bit of event, so to speak, to wrap up our session. And it is the time when we present our Medical Officer of the Year Award and our Resident of the Year Award. And this will be moderated by Dr. JEMA Patrick, the Vice President of the Jamaica Emergency Medicine Association. Dr. Patrick, I think you're ready and we'll do our drum rolls. Dr. Patrick.
Yes.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just allow me to just share here for a little bit. Everybody can see. Wait a minute. But you can see my slide. Okay, so good afternoon again to everyone. I know we are at just at the end, right? But this is, I think, the most important, most exciting part of the JEMA conference. The Jamaica Emergency Medicine Association would like to present the Resident of the Year Award, Roya, and the Medical Officer of the Year Award, Moya, as well, right? So after we have issued out many of the nominees, right, from different hospitals, and also the nominees from the residents within the emergency program. These awards are really aimed at recognizing a resident or medical officer who exemplifies the qualities of an ideal emergency physician, including excellent clinical knowledge, strong procedural skills, and good rapport with patients, and has done outstanding academic work as well. So without further ado, our Resident of the Year Award goes to Dr. Alicia Powell-Williams from the University Hospital West Indies, which is in the emergency program. And the Medical Officer of the Year goes to Dr. Roger Shirley, and he is from the Kingston Public Hospital as well. And just for you guys to know that the awardees will receive a cash prize of 20,000 Jamaican dollars and a plaque showing same. All right. We just would like you to help us congratulate our awardees for being an exemplary winner of our Roya and Moya. Okay?
Yay! Okay, so Dr. Alicia Powell is my resident. I'm just saying, you know. Congratulations to you both. Well done, and we know it's not just, you know, anybody. We really go through a little process to choose our awardees. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for staying with us to the very end, and we do appreciate your time, your attention. We thank all of the presenters again from this morning as well as this afternoon, and we look forward to seeing you all again next year, where hopefully we'll be back in the non-virtual space, and we can hug and you know, dance and so on together, deliver and see each other outside of the non-virtual space. But for Dr. King's purposes, we'll still keep a little bit of the virtual part, right, Dr. King? So you can still participate from across the water. So thank you very much, everyone, and well done to the planners. Yes,
sorry, Dr. Hudson, we have just one small video from iN'S Life Sciences.
Okay.
I'm told, so we're just gonna hold off for just see that.
Thank you.
Video.
Welcome to the world of iN'S, and we are happy to join hands with you to serve the humanity across the globe through innovative healthcare brands. In just 16 years, iN'S has grown from 1 to 120 products in 12 therapy areas. Today, iN'S has spread its wings globally and is now present in 30 countries with 150 professionals spread across geographies like Asia, Southeast Asia, Africa, Europe, Caribbean, and South America. Excellence is not an act, but a habit at iN'S. Our world-class products, affordable pricing, excellent supply chain, strong field force, and good business practices have accredited iN'S with many excellence awards like Federation of Indian Export Organizations Export Excellence Award, Farm Excel Award, Brand of the Year Award in Ghana, and State Bank of India Financial Discipline Award. What's more, now iN'S brings you a 5-minute miracle. In today's fast and modern lifestyle, the incidence of heartburn due to acid reflux and GERD is alarming due to stress and busy schedules, overeating, eating irregularly or too quickly, eating just before bedtime, fatty, spicy, and fried junk foods, caffeinated drinks, carbonated soft drinks, acidic juices, and alcohol, and smoking. As published in many international journals, hyperacidity, acid reflux, and GERD lead to heartburn. In hyperacidity, the excess acid from the stomach can move upward into the esophagus, known as acid reflux. As the lower esophageal sphincter, which joins the esophagus and stomach, becomes weak. Since the esophagus is not well protected like the stomach, the acid can irritate the lining and cause inflammation in the esophagus. This causes painful symptoms that can last for a few minutes to hours and can occur more frequently within a week. This chronic form of acid reflux is known as GERD, that is, gastroesophageal reflux disease. The major symptoms of heartburn due to acid reflux and GERD are a burning feeling in the chest, epigastric pain, a bitter or sour taste in the mouth, nausea after eating, regurgitation, frequent burping, flatulence and gas, stomach discomfort, difficulty in swallowing, sore throat and dry cough. The question now is, do regular antacids help? In hyperacidity and GERD, regular antacids can only neutralize the acids, leaving acid reflux unattended. To treat hyperacidity, acid reflux and GERD, iN'S Life Sciences comes with a unique third-generation antacid named NewGel, which controls acidity, prevents reflux. NewGel offers balanced combination of alginic acid, magnesium hydroxide, dried aluminum hydroxide, magnesium trisilicate, and dimethicone. When a person takes NewGel, the raft-forming alginate physically blocks reflux through a unique mechanism. When alginic acid comes in contact with the gastric acid, the raft-forming alginate, which includes natural algae, begins to form a light but strong foam barrier known as raft. This raft floats on top of the stomach contents and prevents acid from moving upward to the esophagus. The alginate raft formula, containing balanced antacid components, offers a speedy onset of action in less than 5 minutes and provides rapid relief from acid reflux with effective neutralization of stomach acid. NewGel has long-lasting effects up to 4 hours, since the raft can be retained in the stomach for several hours. Dimethicone in NewGel is an anti-foaming agent. It reduces the surface tension of gas bubbles, causing them to combine into larger bubbles in the stomach, which can then be passed more easily by means of belching. Dimethicone thus relieves flatulence. NewGel is recommended in hyperacidity, GERD, gastroesophageal reflux disease, gastritis, flatulence, and as an adjuvant to NSAIDs. NewGel is available as NewGel 200 ml suspension and NewGel tablets with delicious mint flavor. NewGel is safe in pregnancy. NewGel is sugar-free, hence safe for diabetics. For patients with symptomatic pain due to gastric and duodenal ulcer, iN'S also presents NewGel O, the alginate raft-forming antacid with mucosal anesthetic agent oxytocin. Oxytocin is a potent, safe, local anesthetic agent that provides prolonged anesthesia of mucous membranes, thereby offering prompt and prolonged relief of pain. NewGel O is available in 200 ml suspension with mint flavor. NewGel and NewGel O. Raft formation reduces intensity and frequency of reflux attacks. Works in less than 5 minutes. Offers long-lasting effect up to 4 hours. Sugar-free, hence safe for diabetics. Delicious mint flavor improves patient compliance. We thank the entire medical fraternity for supporting iN'S in our journey towards better healthcare.
The AstraZeneca Respigastro team is happy to partner with the Jamaica Emergency Medicine Association in highlighting and bringing awareness to the issue of SABA over-reliance among the asthmatic population. The JEMA 2021 guidelines now recommends ICS formoterol as the preferred controller and reliever across all asthma severities. The reason behind this change is that many patients, when placed on a multiple reliever therapy, that is, a controller separate from a reliever, the tendency is for patients to overuse the reliever medication and underuse the controller. The Sabina study found that 40% of patients were prescribed 3 or more SABA canisters per year, and 25% were prescribed 10 or more canisters per year. For this reason, JEMA now recommends Symbicort, which combines formoterol, which works just as fast as salbutamol, and budesonide, which provides anti-inflammatory treatment with every inhalation of Symbicort. No longer do patients need 2 separate devices to treat their asthma. Symbicort is now the only preferred 2-in-1 anti-inflammatory reliever that provides fast relief of symptoms, all while treating the underlying inflammation which causes the asthma. What does this mean for your patients? This means patients will have a much better adherence to their therapy, as they have the flexibility of Symbicort maintenance and reliever therapy that will significantly reduce their risk of asthma exacerbations.
Welcome to the quick guide of your new Turbuhaler. Step 1. Twist and twist back. To lower the dose, twist the red grip as far as it will go in one direction and then twist it back as far as it will go in the other direction until you hear a click. If it's the first time you use your new Turbuhaler, repeat the previous step again, twisting the red grip twice in both directions. Your Turbuhaler is now ready to use. Hold your Turbuhaler away from your mouth. Breathe out gently. Do not breathe out through your Turbuhaler. Step 2. Breathe in. Place Turbuhaler mouthpiece gently between your teeth. Close your lips. Breathe in as deeply and as hard as you can through your mouth. Do not chew or bite on the mouthpiece. Remove the inhaler from your mouth and breathe out gently. Repeat steps 1 and 2 if a second dose is needed. You may not be able to taste any medicine after inhalation due to the small amount of medicine inhaled per dose. After your daily doses, first replace the cover and then rinse your mouth with water and spit it out. Also, wipe the outside of the mouthpiece once a week with a dry tissue. Do not use water or liquid.
Nexium MUPS 20 milligrams and 40 milligrams in adults and adolescents. It can be taken orally and with water. For patients with difficulty swallowing, Nexium MUPS 20 milligrams and 40 milligrams can be dispersed in half a glass of water and drank as liquid. For patients who cannot swallow, like the hospitalized, it can be administered with a syringe through a gastric tube. Steps to follow in order to disperse Nexium MUPS in half a glass of water. Remove Nexium MUPS tablet from the package. The tablets should not be chewed or crushed. Disperse a tablet of Nexium MUPS in half a glass of non-carbonated water. Do not use any other liquid. Stir until the tablet is disintegrated in small granules. Drink the liquid with the granules immediately or in the lapse of 30 minutes. Fill half the glass with water again in order to get all the granules and drink. Nexium MUPS 20 milligrams and 40 milligrams offers faster and more uniform drug absorption, which translates into fast symptom relief, constant pharmacological effect, translated into prolonged symptom relief.
Should you have any questions or concerns, feel free to reach out to our AstraZeneca representative and we will be happy to assist. Thank you.
Yeah, hello. Good afternoon again. All right, so again, I would like to thank on behalf of Jamaica Emergency Medicine Association. It has been my privilege to really thank everyone on this occasion. It's my utmost gratitude to our distinguished keynote speakers, Dr. Donald Malady and Jacqueline Beseza McKenzie, for sparing their invaluable time in sharing their plethora of knowledge on the topic of geriatric medicine in the ED and the future of emergency medicine and the healthcare system in Jamaica, respectively. This has undoubtedly enhanced our understanding and piqued our interest in this very relevant topic, right? To the rest of the speakers that we had this evening, from Dr. Espinosa Campbell to Dr. Shubhra Das Gupta, Eric Williams, Jason Eiffel, Mark Hosang, Mara Hosang, and Reggie King. We're deeply appreciative for the wisdom imparted on us today. To the members of the Medical Protection Society, thank you for imparting the knowledge on the ethical and the legal challenges that we as physicians may and will face in the emergency department. Special consideration goes out to our moderators, Dr. G. William Johnson and Dr. Rhonda Hudson. Thank you for navigating us through the day's proceeding with kind words and eloquence. It is said that alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much. With that said, I would like to thank our executive body, spearheaded by our respected president, Dr. Sarah Ann Hilton, from our public relations officers, Drs. Eden Forbes Franklin and Errol Williamson, the organizing secretaries, Drs. Trudy Ann Johnson Hilton and Sasha Gay Miller Brizuela, the treasurers, Drs. Christina Campbell and Javane Mills, Without you, all this conference would have been a mere concept, and because of your execution, it has become a successful reality. I am indeed proud to be a member of this illustrious team. Also, the conducting of the technical aspects of this virtual conference would have been an impossible task without the zealous effort of Dr. Jovan Silveira from the Spanish Town Hospital, who has devoted lots of time and energy to this virtual platform. You have my undying gratitude. We would like to specially thank our respected attendees for accepting our invitation and participating in our conference. Your enthusiasm and participation served as a moral encouraging catalyst to our speakers. Today would not have been the same without you. Lastly, we'd like to specially thank our dependable sponsors, AstraZeneca and Indus Life Sciences. We are grateful for the role you played in aiding our vision to become an actuality. If I have failed to personally acknowledge anyone that has contributed to the success of this day, my sincerest apologies. Know that you are appreciated and held in the highest regard. Thank you all for attending, and we look forward to seeing you again next year. Bye, guys.